Are we live? Uh-oh, hold on here. I don't think we're live. Check 1, 2, check. It's not showing that we're live yet here, at least. We're going to find out if we're live. Are we live? We are live. Okay, we are live. Thank you. He's alive, baby. What's going on? What's happening out there? Woo. Let me see. We're live, baby. Looks like we're live. We're open up the chat today for you. It's so wonky. Look at that. I got some real weirdness going on. Yeah, that stream's moving now, baby. Okay, so we are live. Good, good. Right on. We're going to let the general public in now. What's going on, baby? Good morning out there. If you're just joining us, I apologize. We did a private stream for the community, and we're going to now open up the live stream for you for the general public. Chat will be open for you today. Please feel free to join us in Twitch or in YouTube for the rest of the day. I'm going to bring it over to the market really quick. And whoa, let's open that up down there. Let's turn that back on. Let's turn some hot sauce on for you. If you are a community member, I'm going to screenshot and post to you today's gamma inside of the Discord. If you are just joining us for the if you're just joining us right now for the new stream, I'm going to be taking a quick break here for about 15 minutes, maybe half hour max. The stream will be up, and I'll be joining you at about 11:30 this morning. Right, Euro close will be coming up. So right when the Euro close is coming up, I'll be joining you. And please sit back, relax, chat, do whatever you want to do. And I'll be back with you guys in just a few moments. What's going on out there, everybody? How are you all doing? Good morning, right? I was reading a post on Wall Street Bets last night. And people were like, that's it. I'll be shit-faced by 9 a.m. tomorrow. And I was like, oh, man, I could see a whole bunch of people are just like, fuck that. I ain't showing up on Monday morning. Hopefully they didn't show up when they were drinking this morning. Hold on one second here. Let me see if I can. I'll post this on Twitter, too. Give me one quick second here. I got to do one fast thing. I got to post some gamma for everybody. I should do it. I'll do NASDAQ later this morning, but I don't have enough time in the fucking day. I'm serious. All right, hang tight here. Look at it, right on the put wall this morning. Right on this morning's put wall. If you look down below there, you can see that we slammed right into the put wall. Like the entire put wall, the entire put gamma in the market. We basically slammed right into it this morning. Hang tight. Like literally the bottom of the oh no. What are you doing over there? Hang tight for a minute here. Yeah, nothing's really changed. Oh, nope, we got a little bit more gamma now. We got a little bit more down gamma to 5,000. So just note that if you're just joining us on the stream, we have now developed more downside put gamma as of this morning to 5,000. I don't see anything else down below, just the 5,000. That's the only development that I can see at this moment. Just note that that 5,000 that put wall was moved. We had a put wall coming into Monday morning. It's right here. I'll just go down here and show it to you. That put wall was right down here this morning. We slammed right into it, but we do now have walls slightly lower. We got another little node down here now this morning, right down here. Bam. That one solid. 4. See if I can. That's the doom line that we lost the other day. And I will post this for you in the. I'll post this for you inside the Discord. Dude, you know what I really need? I need someone to I wish someone like moved to Detroit and hang out with me here. I wish David AMS or someone would move. John L. Joey Harper, something like a trader, like an actual trader to move here with me. Like I'd actually pay for an office. We could do like an office in downtown Detroit with like I've thought about this, like big windows and like a studio with like traders working together. It'd be badass. It'd be dope as fuck, wouldn't it, Goliath? I would rent a fucking office like right down like the old, like back in the day. Back in the day, there used to be a couple things on this. This is my fantasy land. Back in the day, there used to be radio stations in like the 50s and 60s and shit. And on your main street radio station would have a big window with a DJ. And they would play records, your favorite records and stuff like that. And like Detroit has a huge office for Benzinga in downtown Detroit. And I'm like, dude, if we had we rented like a spot and like teach Detroiters and stuff about just like education on basic finance and stuff, like how do you have a savings account, like how do you save money, and then do like a live stream show from there, like downtown Detroit, fly people in to be interviewed, have like some serious traders inside, like big window and like screens up everywhere. I think it'd be cool as fuck. It'd be dope as fuck. It's not quite Chicago or New York City, but fucking Midwest hub. It'd be badass. It'd be bad as fuck. It'd be dope, right, Goliath? Dude, Bork, what the fuck is that? Bork, what are you doing? All right. It'd be bad as fuck. Bad as fuck. All right, give me a quick second here. I got some technical stuff in the background I got to do. My daughter. I got some anecdotal stories for you. My daughter. I taught her about gamma, and then I'm teaching her about Elliot wave, right? And over the weekend, I'm like, we're gonna fucking crash over the weekend. She's like, what do you mean crash? And I'm like, by Monday morning, the shit's gonna be fucking straight down. She's doing. So I've got her doing Elliot wave charts for me, and she comes running into my office this morning, and she's like, it happened. She's like, Elliot wave. And so like Elliot Wave right now is like not seeing the crash this morning, and like, well, it was kind of seeing no, like Thursday, Friday, it wasn't seeing it, and so I'm talking to her on Thursday and Friday, and I'm like, there's a good chance we're gonna start stretching and hitting some lower targets over the weekend, and so we did, and now we're trying to confirm like a double correction to the downside right now. And I'm teaching her, I'm like, you have to have this happen, that happen, this happen for all these next legs to go to the downside, which shouldn't happen right now. But you're looking for those things to confirm another leg lower. And it's just fascinating with a young, she's not as young as she once was. She's she's like 16, 17, 18, about to go to, she's in college at University of Michigan, but she's about to go to college next year. And she wants to go for finance. And it's just really fascinating, like things she's never seen or experienced before. The wow, and why we have a racer gang, what makes a racer gang, what makes a racer gang a racer gang. It's like eye opening for her. So that we were doing that this morning, trying to measure downside expectations. How do we like a bear count? Like we're going from a bull count to a bear count, and I think the bear count was 525, and then the next tag would be 509. I think this morning we tagged what was the low? 507.95, so fairly close for the bear count corrective, the first corrective move down. So it's kind of neat to teach her like the bear count, bull count, what should be the bull count, and if it breaks, how it becomes the bear count, and that kind of shit. It was kind of whatever, but. Anyways, between her and a wall, it was really neat this morning. Retesting the weekly trigger, excuse me, in the prior high, currently on SPY. Elliot Wave breakdown. So if you guys are watching, I want you to know at home, or I want you to know that for pro traders, I write out all the counts. When we stay in the bull count in a bull market until we begin to break those bull counts. Then we switch to a bear count. You should be seeing some bear counts either last night or this morning. I count for you inside posts on the website, sometimes in the Discord and pro channels. So you'll actually see the actual counts. If you ever want a class on Elliot Wave, I can probably develop one. If you want a class on one, I can do one. I can do one if you want. I don't practice Elliot Wave. Like I have practiced Elliot Wave. I don't practice Elliot Wave. I'm not a practitioner of Elliot Wave, but I have learned it. So if you ever want that, I could do it. It would take me. I don't want to fuck it up. So, but I would think about developing a class on it if you want. You guys want that? I could do that. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. If you wanted a class, it would take me some time, but I could develop a video series about it. I think it's just a simplified version. You want a simplified version on how to count and how you like switch from count to count, from bull to bear thesis and stuff like that, or bull counts to bear counts. Some guys only do bear counts, so they only do bull counts. I do the count that we're in. If we're in a bull count, that's what That's what I'm plotting for you guys. If we switch to bear counts, I will switch to a bear count for you on in the website and inside the Discord on specific channels. Cool. Yeah, we can do that. 100%. I would love. I've tried to. It sucks because I've looked for Elliot Wave guys to help me with this, and anyone that knows what they're doing pretty much is doing their own thing. So I was like, well, fuck it. I'll teach my daughter. I was like, well, I'll just make it. I'll make it in house. I'll make it Johnson and Sons Plumbing. Guess if Mr. Johnson can't find another plumber, we'll raise one of the boys to be a plumber. Shouldn't do that, but fuck it. I had the babies. If they want to learn, I'll teach them. Yeah, I'll do a class. Something that's like easily digestible. A lot of this stuff, the rabbit hole is great. It is great. Like the rabbit hole on like Gamma, Elliot Wave, it's really a blast and fun. And there are other people that do it way better than me. For me personally, I like just the baseline understanding of it. I like to know where everybody's at. Like, where are the Elliot Wave guys at? Where are the Gamma bros at? Where are the traditional chartists at? Where are the fucking hedge funds at? Like, where's everybody at? Like, just that's it. Just a generalization. Where are they? So I can know where I'm getting fucked. Whether we do, my big thesis on this stuff is a time frame, guys. Like, where are they at? Like, why are they there? I don't need to know the mechanics. Just where are they? Because they will trade it, even if it doesn't work. You should know that too. And if you have a concentration of those guys in one place, it probably will work. Like if you got like all the traditional chartists, then you get all the E-dubs there, you get all the fucking Gamma bros there, you get all these different participants. But if you only have like one participant there, you still want to know that they're there because it's probably going to be some resistance, right, of some kind as they try to trade it. And you'll know if it holds or doesn't based on how many of these different participants are there. When you overlay all those things one over another, it gives you a better idea of where everybody is, right? Who's offsides, who not, who isn't, that kind of stuff. Okay, I'll be right back with you guys. Yeah, you know what? I'll ask her. I'll ask her if she would make those videos. I'll ask her. I don't know if she will, but my youngest would. No, she doesn't know Elliot Wave, but my youngest has a YouTube channel. Successful one. She does like Roblox and Minecraft and stuff. I don't tell you guys about what that channel is, but my oldest is very reserved. She's really smart. She's way smarter than I am. She's a nerd. And she doesn't like she likes individual sports, not team sports. My youngest is more towards myself, like just personality wise. My youngest is more towards my my father and my mother. Oh no, excuse me, my mom and my wife's dad are very, very extremely intelligent, and in their professional careers too. They're like top of the food, or they were at one time like top of the food chain. Like that smart. They were like big smart. Not me. I'm never going to claim to be that guy, be that intelligent. Right there. There we go, baby. There's your hourly trigger target. If you have the velocity, you already know what's expected here on the hourly velo. And the daily velo, you know what to expect above at the daily. And expect what to expect with the hourly trigger. She does a day. My daughter helps me on this. So my daughter does. She goes in person at University of Michigan, and she homeschools. So she doesn't. Like when a kid's that smart, she's not quite like. She's not like autistic, where it's like she knows all this stuff and does it for the motions. But she's so smart that she gets her high school work done in like a third of the time as other kids, and then she goes to in-person school at the University of Michigan, and she has a ton of free time. When they're that smart, it's like I don't know how to explain it. Like concepts are like immediately understood. I'm not that guy. When things get complicated, I have to like hammer the books and study and crunch and all that, and then even then I have to like. For me to learn, it's normally like read, watch, listen, and actually do with someone that's already done it. And then I get a full grasp of what's going on. Otherwise, I'm like, I kind of know that. She's not like that. I'm basically full of shit. All right. Give me a second here. Yeah, that's how I learned. Hands-on. I need to I can watch it, read it, and then I need to actually do it. And then I'm like, I got it. I fucking got it. And then I try to simplify it for for you guys. Simplifying complex topics is a very important part of life because it's a secret society, right? They don't want you knowing. They want you to be. They don't. It's a secret. Like every time people make things secret society all the time. Okay, easy to digest. Complex subjects are always the way. People go, I get it now. All right, hold on a second here. What do we got here? Let's turn on the voice chatters here. We'll get the news squawkers going. And when I come back, we're gonna do a few things. I want to let you guys know a few things. When I come back, we're gonna have David AMS on. He's gonna be on the show at 1 to 1:30 p.m. So I'll be back from a break. We'll chat briefly. We're gonna go into a segment with David AMS, and then after we get into the segment with David AMS, we're gonna then break into a segment about rate cuts, Japan, whatever you guys want to talk about. We'll talk about it. We'll review some insider stuff from Bloomberg terminals and stuff like that, and we'll chat from there. So David AMS is coming up next, 1 p.m. Between 1 and 1:30, he should be here, and we'll have a little fireside chat with him, and then we'll see if we can get anybody else in the show that we've talked to or lined up for today. We may have some more guests on as the day moves forward. Yeah, 10 things they don't want you to know. It's more like physics. Like physics is like this. Physics can be explained very simply. I have a really cool video. If you don't understand, I think I still have this. Don't hold me to this, but I think I have this. If you don't understand physics, right? I got some great shit for you guys. Well, not physics. Hold on. I got to open a new tab.
In 10 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. The US
I got some really cool shit for you guys.
3-month bills.
Calculus. So
5.145% with a prior bid cover of 3.1. The US also due to sell $70 billion in 6-month bills. Prior high yield of 4.93% with a prior bid cover of 2.95.
Okay. So my youngest daughter, I'm trying to teach calculus to.
3.898%.
Trying to teach calculus to my my youngest daughter here. Hold on here. So I'm trying to teach calculus to my youngest daughter. And what? It's not easy. It's definitely not easy. It's more difficult than it would seem. Here's a link to Calculus for Dummies. Watch it later, not right now. But there's Calculus for Dummies. Dummies like me. And it's important. What's neat about Calculus for Dummies is something that can be hard to grasp can be explained simply. There's a link. Just put it on your post. Watch it on a Sunday morning or something. And here's another cool one for you. I got another one good one for you here. This one is this one you should watch when you have a chance. This is an old video. I think this video is 10 years old. Maybe a 10-year-old video. It's called The Corporation. I do think you should watch this when you have some free time. It's called The Corporation. If you've never seen it, you should watch it. And it's a video that might upset you depending upon your politics. But keep watching it. Watch it through to the end. Even if it upsets you with your politics or whatever, you're like, that's not true, this isn't true. There's a little bit of political stuff in there, but it doesn't really matter. The video itself is a good explanation on greed. And whether it's good or bad, though, doesn't matter. It's important that you understand. We do Khan Academy. My oldest and I do Khan Academy together, or I don't do it anymore with her together, but I have done Khan. She does Khan right now on her own. But I'm not going to claim that I do that with her anymore, but I did it one time. But she does use Khan. If you're like in 5th grade, 4th grade, or if you're an adult and you've never learned these things, or if you want to explain it to your child, like I don't know if you have children out there and you get to a point where the math gets hard, and physics is somewhat like this too. I said it was physics, it wasn't, but when my kids and I are, as a matter of fact, this week we were doing some work outside and
lasted around 3.798%.
they were working harder than they needed to be working, and it's a great opportunity for you to spend time with your children and explain physics to them and say, you're working harder than you need to right now physically, or you're working very unsafe and it's very dangerous. Like what you're doing is dangerous, but it's inherently dangerous because you're not following the laws of physics. And there's some basic physics laws of physics right out there that you should be following in your life. The Darwin Awards usually meet up with people that don't understand basic physics. See if we can catch the new high right now. I really don't want my daughters dying because they're doing stupid shit and not understanding physics. Sweet. We'll try to get let's start. If one of you guys want to reach out to Binky, maybe we can have him on alone. I prefer to have everybody on by themselves today. I'd rather have like focused on one person at a time. So I think I'm just gonna have David on, and then maybe we can have Binky or Joe on or whatever. We have too many people on at the same time. It gets kind of weird. So we'll try to have people on their own time or whatever. Please let them know. Yeah, definitely.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $76 billion in 3-month bills. The prior high yield was 5.145%, with a prior bid cover of 3.01. The US is also due to sell $70 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 4.93% and a prior bid to cover of 2.95.
Note that we have a 3 and 6 month bill auction coming up at 11:30. We also have a loan officer survey at 2 p.m. and we have Fed's Daily speaking at 5 p.m. That's going to be big. That's going to be market or material to the market, likely due to the shit that's going on out there. You got like the great senator from Massachusetts calling the old man out, Jay Powell, over the weekend. We turn the rotating thing back on here for you. So rotating charts back on here for you. And I got some more news on, I know that people were telling you that the market's telling you we're going into a recession. I've got some counter information to that as well. So we'll have some more data for you this morning at some point. I got to go pee really bad. I got to take a quick break. What else do I got to do here? I got to do a break time thing, right? Taking a potty break. Jesus, we're talking like we're fucking 5-year-olds here. Dude, what is going on with my chat box here? Why is it all vertical? What the fuck is going on with my chat box here? Whoa, man. What the hell is going on with my chat box here? No vertical. Oh, hold on. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Is it just off the screen now, maybe? Gone? Fucking Streamlabs. Yes. Get rid of the thing back. Bring in a new source. Scrolling. Streamlabs, dude. Never fucking win Streamlabs. Alert box. Is it an alert box? Add source? No, I don't want an alert box. No, get rid of the alert box. No, trash that. Yes. Source. Text. Maybe isn't there like a text slideshow? Add.
So we're shortly expecting the results of the 3 and 6
there
month
it
bill
is.
auctions.
No. No, no. No, 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 no.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with financial juice.
All right, bring that down there. Jesus.
$99 a year for our real-time service.
My main camera should be locked. Pain in the ass. Try this. That took like fucking 5 minutes. It took like 5 fucking minutes just to get that thing up. Pain in the ass this shit can be. It's dude. God, it's never fucking enough. It's like once something goes haywire. Okay, let's go back to the main camera. Sorry, guys. Like Streamlabs is like you fuck one thing up and it's like, oh, sorry. Okay, that's done. Now lock the main camera. Bam. Bam. Highlight that. What's going on? Highlight that. That up there. Please move. No. Move that down. There we go. Move that down right there. Okay. And I'll lock that. There we go. Holy shit. Lock that. Perfect. Bring that up right there.
%, 5.075%, with a bid to cover of 2.62, 2.62. For the 6 month, the high rate is 4.7%, 4.7%, bid to cover at 2.67, 2.67. So for the 3 month bills, the US sold $82 billion in the end, awarding 22.92% of bids at high. And for the
these are not bearish, just so you know.
Sold,
like a B,
7.35% of bids.
B grade, not a bad grade. In whole. Now that doesn't mean like we're in a moon or anything. Remember, this is a bear thing. Only if they're bad do we get fucking major like big red bars and shit like that. It's not necessarily bullish.
And an update here from the US. US sells $82 billion 3-month bills at a high rate of 5.075%. That's with a bid to cover ratio of 2.62 times. And the US sells 76 billion of 6-month bills, a high rate of 5.7%, as with a bid to cover ratio of 2.67 times. And just making you aware of the latest Airbus numbers. July deliveries at 77 and July gross orders at 59. Bit further, Airbus delivered 400 aircraft from in between January and July. Bit further here from Airbus. Airbus booked 367 net aircraft orders from January to July and booked 28 A350 aircrafts. Airbus delivered 138 A320neo aircrafts from January to July and delivered 179 A321neo aircrafts. And an update here from FedEx, ticker FDX. Company says Hurricane Debbie is causing hazardous conditions across portions of southern eastern US, though contingency plans have been activated to minimize impacts, and potential delays and disruptions can be expected for both inbound and outbound shipments in the affected region.
All right, check 1, 2, mic check. Do I need more coffee? Do I need coffee or do I need a beer? Some people were saying, some people were saying they're going to be shit faced by this morning. Should I get a beer? It's like lunchtime. Is it beer 30? Let me ask the Discord. Is it beer 30 yet? Oh, stay with coffee? Too early? Okay, all right. 9 a.m. there, Addy. 5 p.m. there. Yeah, I know. I'm like, I've been up since fucking crack of dawn. Oh, dark 30, I woke up. Grandpa's cough medicine time. I won't have a beer yet. I'll have a beer at 1 p.m. We're going to get it'll be a good time to have a beer. It'll be 1 p.m. because we're going to get vol suppression or the doom sellers are going to step in at 1, right? One or the other. Barrel clock, hotty toddy time. Yeah, baby. I get just a heads up too on public. Hold on here. Just heads up too on public. I have a generator right now. And I've been having plans to change my generator situation. And then I changed plans again on generator situation. And then I changed them again this weekend. I had like the misdig come out, and then I went for a permit for my gas because I was going to switch to natural gas and make it more permanent. But then over the weekend, my original plan had me going from like my Jenny right now is an inverter that's like 2,700 or something. I was going to switch over to a 5,000 generator that's inverter, really quiet, can't hear it. Then I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to propane. And then I got talked out of that over the weekend, building a pad right by my back door underneath a porch with a doghouse underneath it with like a propane generator. It was 5,000 watts, which is enough for me to get by. I can't run big shit, but it's inverter. No one will know that I have a generator. That was the idea, that nobody has an idea that I have a generator. I live in Detroit, and where I live, I'm like the only guy with any kind of power if power goes out. And the baseline in Detroit is we lose power a lot due to storms. But then I got talked out over the weekend. A guy was helping me with a pad doghouse protection hidden in my backyard. He was like, fuck you, just go with like a 10 or 13,000 loud generator. They sell these prefab exhaust extensions. Even if it's loud, he's like, just do it for the whole house so that you don't. It's like the best way to do it. So now I'm holding off on the generator, but I've got one generator here. But I want to let you know if you're in public that in Detroit right now we've got not hurricane. We got tornado, hail warning. We have storms over us right now. Major flooding. We got major flooding last weekend or last week, like Thursday. We had highways shut down. Today, I almost lost power just now. Did I lose the stream? Okay, I can't believe I'm talking about this. So on my end, I just lost electricity for like a brief moment. So it's possible that I lose the stream. Did you guys see the flash on your end? Did you guys see a flash? On my end, I just saw a flash. All my screens just turned like flicked. Just a warning to you out there that it's possible I lose power. If I do have a generator to come back online in a limited fashion or capacity, so I will come back on. I'll try to either join the Discord or make a simple stream with just a chart up or something, and a simple microphone or something like that. But I am in the middle of upgrading my like never go down in a storm kind of a thing. But it's expensive and it's permanent and it's very expensive. It's like $10,000 or $15,000 to do what I want to do. It could be more. It could be 20 grand if I did like a permanent home generator, which the guy talked me out of that yesterday too. Because even like permanent or whole house generators, they don't last that fucking long. They still only get like 2,000 hours. Then you need maintenance. And Generac sucks at maintenance. There's like all these pros and cons of all this shit that I want to do. And I'm like bobbing my head back and forth as to what the fuck I'm supposed to do. I'm back on or not back on, but now I'm open to the idea of like a 10 to 13,000 watt non-inverter generator, as long as I can quiet it enough. I don't want everybody to know. I'm like the only guy in my neighborhood when the power goes out with power, and people get angry about that. And I don't want it to be too loud, and I don't want to be glaring. I don't want people stealing my generator. So right now I run on an inverter. And you can't really tell. I don't advertise it. Like my lights are on, but I close my shades. We're trying to close a gap on the upside right now, too. Just know, let me should I draw in where the gap is, maybe? 524.57. I'll show you guys where the gap is. 531.07. Make this like white or something, maybe. Put that there so you guys can see this at home. There's a giant gap right there. We normally don't close the entire gap, so if we do make our, there's a few things I'll tell you here. I drew some stuff on the chart and didn't explain it. So number one, there's a gap. You should know. You probably already know that. You probably don't need me to tell you that. There's a gap right there. We don't normally close the entire gap. I normally leave a little bit behind. But the second thing is, if we do have a pullback, there's a prior, there's some prior stuff up here, like 524.57 is where the original sellers were. So this yellow line right here, this yellow line right here is where the sell came in. So we could possibly roll down and then go higher. So just be careful of this little yellow line right here. I've got it here noted as a possible like resistance level, minor, but still resistance. And even if we do squeeze up, normally we'll like sell before we get there. And there's a prior day, like two sessions ago, there was a sell signal like right here on this line. So I'm wondering if this is where they come in to sell. There's a couple places here I'm paranoid of. So we got them marked. We'll watch them closely as we enter them. They're kind of like places too where if you had like I just drew this in like this, but not reality. It's more like this and like that and like that bullshit right there down there. You know, there's stuff like that in there. 1, 2, 3. Just keep it in your visual in your mind. As we attempt to close the gap, you want to draw it in for you maybe? And I got this one down here just in case we reject. Any kind of rejection or anything like that, they'd send us down. This would be your next place to buy a dip. I guess it will draw it in for you. Like that. Something like that. And they stop you from closing the actual gap. But if they do roll you down or anything like that, this would be where you would buy the dip again. It's actually lower than that. It's down here. Keep an eye on it. What else? I'm going to read a bunch of stuff to you. Some of it is going to be dated, like time. It's not time sensitive. Information changes over time, but I want to get this all out to you. Or it's the important stuff I want to get to you. I'll give you the times as it came out, but because there's some arguments here, of course, there's people out there that are like, we're getting a recession, and this is why. And then people out there are like, no, we haven't priced in a recession yet. I'll give you the actual data. But I'm going to read some of the stuff to you so that I can get you up to speed here. So from this morning at 8:30, markets are crashing across the globe following a double-digit collapse of the Nikkei on Monday. Euro stock's down 3.2%, while the SP is down 3.5%. We know that's not a crash, right? If you're a supporter, if you get the market brief, so you're in the Discord, I'm sure at this point you know that. Last night in a market brief, I explained to you what a crash is, what is not a crash, what's a bear market, the differences in these things, and how they're being bandied about. Over the weekend, some of the shit that I read, it was like pure diarrhea. It was like pure, unadulterated, liquid diarrhea, and it was all over the place. It was like market crash, crashing market, recession, market collapse, prolapse. It was out of control, like recession, this and that, and just like the doom, and nothing technically correct. And it does no service to you. It really doesn't, because you need to know what these things actually are. And it's important to know what these things are, because if you really are going through these things, they're meaningful down the road in the future. We have heavy losses in mega cap. This is from this morning at 8:51. Heavy losses in mega cap growth complex, right? NVIDIA was down 13.8%. I own NVIDIA. I own it at $103. What is NVIDIA trading right now? Let's just check. Supposedly, I got my ass raped this morning. NVDA is trading $101.99. I'm down $1 right now. And the calls that I've sold have not expired yet. So, am I fucked here? No. Have we traded $50 on NVIDIA? No. We've had a low of 90. So, am I in pain right now? Zero pain. So that's not true, right? This is from 9 a.m. Goldman's Pravotsky. Think the rate market is sending you a pretty clear recessionary impulse. The reality is that assets, particularly in the U.S., were priced for soft landing, as was growth risks, are moving higher. There is a scramble to reprice. I am going to talk to you in a moment about pricing in a recession. Not right now, but in a few moments, I'm going to explain something more technical about pricing in a recession. But he's wrong at the moment. He's wrong. And you might have panic sold on that statement. Pravotsky also saying geopolitical situation in Iran and Israel seems to... He's wrong in the context of do not fucking panic. And it does not serve you well to panic. And there's always an orderly exit. So whether you choose to exit orderly or not is up to you. But at the moment, everything is okay, right? At the moment.
Brent
And a bit
crude
more on the
futures
US
falling,
election front.
turning
Harris,
positive in
Vice
volatile.
Goldman's Pravotsky goes on to say geopolitical situation in Iran and Israel seems to have made no real progress over the weekend. This continues to loom over risk assets as we await what the next level of escalation may look like. Frankly, I think whatever it is, we just need to move past it for the market to want to add risk. It's more of the unknown that is holding back the fresh capital from being deployed. This is a very good reminder about panicking and not fucking panicking. NVIDIA removed from the upside catalyst watch at Citigroup. That was at 9:21. Thank fucking God I didn't sell NVIDIA. Fuck you, Citigroup. All day long, go fuck your mother, go fuck your sister, go fuck your parents, your grandparents, all your fucking friends. If you're a Citigroup person, lick my fucking dick. I probably, if I drank the fucking Kool-Aid this morning, would have panic sold. You fucks. No offense, but fuck you, Citigroup. Uh, seriously, I don't want to be a loser. Goolsby, the stock market indicates a deceleration in growth. We should act. More garbage out of Goolsby. S&P chief economist. The PMI surveys bring encouraging news of a welcome combination of solid economic growth and cooler selling price inflation in July. I'm serious about that shit. That's a lot of money to me. Money means something to me. I don't know about the boys over at Citigroup, but they can lick my fucking nuts. That's like that's a fucking, like college education for my kids. Eat my balls, Citigroup. Goldman. We raised our 12-month. Here we go. So this is after Petruski said some shit earlier. Goldman. We raised our 12-month recession probability by 10 pp to 25%. So we're at 25% chance of a recession. Are we at 50, 75, 100? No. No. And they go on to say, we continue to see recession risk as limited, not only because the data looks fine overall, and we do not see major financial imbalances, but also because, as Chair Powell emphasized last week, the Fed has 525 BPS of room to cut the funds rate and would surely be quick to support the community if necessary. So you've got like garbage talk coming out at the fucking lows this morning. Fuck you, sell everything. And you have the sane voice in the room going, fuck you, no, lick my dick, and I'm gonna get a better price to sell if I want to and exit the market. And if you read the brief last night, we've had how many? Five pullbacks of 6 to 10% this year, and they've all resolved to major upside moves, and you'd be up 78 fucking percent on the year if you'd done that. And even if we do roll down here or roll down at the daily trigger, you'd still be better off buying this shit or exiting back in profit or flat. So again, goddamn garbage spewed by fucking bankers. Fuck yourselves, bankers. Goldman, Berkshire's cash balance has ballooned to greater or less than $277 billion, which is about 30% of its market cap. Is certainly not a sign of confidence. The greatest allocator of capital in history doesn't see anything compelling in which to allocate his capital. I got one more thing about this. Someone was asking me about Berkshire Hathaway this morning, cutting loose Apple. They can fuck themselves too. They have not been winners. They have not been winners over the years or known where everything is going. Just because they cut Apple doesn't mean shit. They've cut all kinds of shit that has mooned over the years. I got no faith in that shit either. They're a fucking elephant. They have to do that stuff. They have enough allocation inside of their charters. They have to cut shit and rebalance. It's not like they cut Apple because they had to. They made a bunch of money. They got out. They're different than you as a retailer. They're not you. You can move quicker than those guys. They cut loose and they buy back in lower. They do great. They do great. But they don't do what you're trying to do. They're not you. Don't be looking at Berkshire Hathaway's doing with Apple as any indicator of market health. I wanted to say that to you this morning, but I didn't have the fucking time. And that shit doesn't mean anything. They've been wrong. They've been wrong. Like, they make their 20, 30%, but they've been wrong where they could have been up like hundreds of percent. So garbage again. Garbage again. GS on Japan. This one's kind of bad. For some of you, probably was bad too. Goldman on Japan. We're hearing that margin calls are larger than peak COVID sell-off. This is in Japan, not here. Margin balances were at their highest levels since we started tracking in 2018. This would take 2 to 3 more days to wash. There is a problem here. Well, not a problem. The American hedge funds got out of shorting USD JPY, but they weren't long it either. So I don't think they got margin. I don't think U.S. banks got margin calls. They just weren't shorting it. They said, there could be a bunch of volatility. I posted that to you either in the Discord or in a market brief, that exact headline where they said it's overdone. But they didn't say they were long. They just said that they stopped shorting and to expect some volatility. If you look back on this day, month or two from now or 3 months or 6 months going to look like a blip on the screen. So there's not much to see there. What else do I got for you guys? Hold on 1 second here. You also want to see if we get... Oh, wait a minute. Am I losing the stream here again? I got something going on here. Another thing to be what is going on with this? What is that? Be very careful if we don't make new highs on these. You want to see if we get above or not. You want to see if we get above or not, or if we get above or not. Like, you still want to see us get above. They could roll us down when we don't get above these expectations that we draw on for you on charts. You're looking for the market behavior. This pullback is not positive. I don't like seeing that. To be honest with you, could roll this down here. So just more fucking garbage from what you should not be listening to out there. CNBS, fucking Bloomberg, fucking banks. Sorry. When you're actually giving an opportunity to exit the market in an orderly fashion and not lose your fucking ass as it happens or if it happens. Where did the VIX 9-day go, by the way? I want to see that. VIX 9-day with 2 legs higher. See how high they went. We've been watching this VIX 9-day now for, I'm in the wrong one here. I've been watching this VIX 9-day for quite some time back here. Where this is like the bottom where to buy VIX, or at least the VIX 9-day. We had the high tick breaking downtrend. We hit this one. We hit this one back on Thursday, and then Friday we ripped straight up. We tagged the next one. This was the January 2022 high VIX tick. I mean, think about this for a minute. We hit the January 2022 bear market tick, right? Let me go back to this. This is fascinating, too. VIX 9-day. Let's look at this closer here. 1 hour, maybe. This doesn't tell the whole story. So this was this trend line right here. This trend line right there is the January 2022 bear market's volatility. This is January 4th. So be aware of that. This is like the trend. Let's go look at it. This is the high tick on where? April 2022. Oh, this is January right here, the higher one. Hold on a second here. The high, do we hit that one yet? So this is the COVID crash up here. This one's the COVID crash. And this is the bear market. So we hit the bear market Friday. And then this morning we hit the high from the COVID crash. So when we were discussing this morning about an orderly exit of the market, this is a warning to you, right? This is actually the COVID crash. VIX warning you, and the VIX 9-day warning you, and the upside traded $75. Now this is a warning shot across the bow, right, to you as a trader. So this morning when we were just in the private stream, when we were talking about you orderly exit as we trade higher, so you don't lose your ass right at the worst possible place, but take note of what's ahead. And VIX warning you this morning, Friday warning you, and then, of course, on the VIX 9-day, and then, of course, this morning, VIX trading another high on the last crash up here, warning you of bad things to come down the road. So take note of that as well today. Go back to a 1-minute basis here. also note on this VIX 9-day that there's still a gap down below here. And this is the prior high. We're at the prior high right now. There's support here at 28.87. So here's prior high, right? This $33 thing. Right here, we've got some support at 28.25. And we also have just the gap closure down here as well. That's at the gap closure is down below at 23.52. So we're not out of the woods yet, are we? We're most certainly not out of the woods yet here for the market. This is not the place where you're doing a permanent dip buy or anything like that. VIX is still elevated at the $30 mark on the VIX 9-day. You know this is the best VIX 2 trade, not the regular VIX. Regular VIX is garbage. So we'll watch and see if we get back into a normal trading zone down here or if we remain elevated above. Just take note on that. SPY rolling down slightly on weakness right now. But still note that we are not out of the woods. If you're a bull out there, don't be like, yeah, the correction's over, bear market's over, market crash over, any of that kind of stuff. You're given a chance to exit the market in an orderly way, in an orderly fashion. You're likely going to see sellers doing that as well. I noted with you a few moments ago that NVDA, remember it hit $100. It had 103 and then $100 flat. It just returned to that $100 mark. You're going to see people exit there. You're going to see people say, fuck that, I'm out. I'll wait until conditions improve on single issues. Single ticker issues like NVDA, Apple, whatever your favorite fucking stock is. So as we hit this moment right here, you're going to see people not long the indexes go, fuck this, I'm out. And you're seeing that happen right here. This is people that are trapped in single tickers going, nope, I'm out. I'll sit on my hands until we get out of this volatility in the marketplace. Take note of that as well right now. I'm going to read some more stuff to you from this morning. The S&P tends to bounce after the VIX spikes. So that you get a bounce on a VIX spike. Since 1990, the S&P 500 on average rose 3.4. Write this down at home. On average, since 1990, the S&P 500 on average rises 3.5% in the 15 days after the VIX hits 60. There were 27 cases, and hit rate is 76%. So let's measure really quick how much we've gone up from the bottom at this point, okay? $3.6%. So that could be a high for right now. We just rose from trough to peak, 3% from bottom. I'm going to post this for you inside the Discord. Be very wary of another trip lower here. Very wary of a trip lower right here, right now. I'm going to post this for you in the Discord. Hang tight for a minute. I got one more. I'm not going to say this on public. But I'll post this one in the Discord. Now, they're not saying we're going to crash. We're not, like, if we do 3%, we're not going to crash here, but just note that we could have limited upside and a trend over 15 days, sideways and up from here. Posting some more data inside the Discord right now for you and the market chat channel. If you are looking to take the market up over the next 15 sessions, be using, come on, we're going to do this really quick. Right in here. You now know where to be buying lows down here, right? You know where the circuit breaker is. You know where the weekly trigger is. You know where the weekly low is expected to go. If you're in the private stream, you know where the weekly 2 sigma down move is. You also know where that 20% down is down here. That's 446.52. So more upside here, not probable. But it doesn't mean we crash like we're going down fucking 6,000%. Just be looking for nice dips to buy. You know where prior demand was down below down here. You know where the other bottom levels are. If you're going to be like day trading, that kind of stuff, you know what to do above the hourly trigger. You know what the hourly trigger, if we get above it, we should be able to trade that daily trigger. Someone's making me lunch. Woohoo! I think I'm going to have a bear with lunch today. 12:44. I'm going to check in right now with David AMS and see if he's going to be available at 1 p.m. or 1:30. Another note here, too, it's 12:45. Remember that we're in negative gamma. We're down. And you are looking for one of two things, right? Do we get the Put Mafia gang out there, or do we get the vol suppression gang out there? We're going to take a simplified look right now as well at CTAs, vol control, the vol surface, all of that stuff. Give me one quick second here. And I'm going to check in the background and see if we're risk off here as well. Not quite, sir. Look at serve is still up. That's good. Risk off-ish, but serve is still running. SERV still running. There's a bunch of other tickers running this morning. JAKK is running. Ticker symbol JAKK. You want to watch that one? You can if you're like, hey, I want to buy some cap. CHT is running. MDT is running. Yeah, we got a little risk off today. We have some risk off behavior going on in the market today for sure. Check out SWX. Also check out WTM. If you're looking for like bullish tickers in a risk off environment. We're not fully risk off, but we are. If we had like 100% risk off, we're not quite there. We're at like a 70% risk off in the market right now. I have a scanner that shows if we're in risk off or not. It's just advance or decline list that shows if anything is running up or if they've hemmed in across the entire market on risk. There's still some risk going on. It's not a ton, but there's some. We haven't had multiple weeks yet of risk off either. So it's not like bear markets risk off. If that does show itself, I will update you, of course. Hang tight.
So according to the Financial Times, Nvidia and Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing are facing production challenges with the
I bet they are.
generation of its AI chips.
I wonder how much that fucking article cost. Jesus Christ. Look at this net gamma. We're going to blow through some stuff right now. My God, savage. If you guys want to be ready to write down some stuff or do some screen grabs or whatever, this is the time. All right, so we got David AMS saying he's going to be on here at 1 p.m. Over the next 10 minutes. If you want to do some screen grabs at home, SPX net gamma. Now, let me make this small over here. What do I got going on over there? Put that down there. Put that thing down there. Oh, no, I don't want to lose you. Just want to make it small over here. There is no goddamn positive gamma in the market. Price currently on SPX. It's at 52.15. So we are just above this gamma bar right here. Whoop. We do not want to be breaking below this gamma bar right here, do we? But it does look like we could be, even if we bounce down below, but we could be trading this zone right here between 53.05 and 5,200. We definitely don't want to be we don't want to be giving up 5,200 on SPX. So let's take a quick peek at that. This is SPX gamma right here. This is 5,200, right? We could still be stretching to the downside over here. But we don't want to lose this level, is my point. If we lose this level, you'll see market participants get triggered to hedge. So just note that we don't have big gamma bars down below this prior low from this morning. But if we begin to break below it, you will see the market begin to, in a meaningful way, hedge that downside move. Let's just pay close attention at home on SPX on gamma. That this not that low, but 5100. Just take a note of that. Also note that on 5200 specifically, this is your local support right there. You don't want to be losing this because we could start staircasing shit down to the downside. You want to see this 5200 hold. If you're a bull, at least you want to see it hold. If you want to see net gamma on, net gamma right now on NASDAQ here. NASDAQ, we're trading currently, well, we had the low this morning of 17,440. We're trading about 18,000 right now. So this bar right here is where we're trading. Bam. You don't want to see us break below 1,800. We're currently trading 18,037. So if we start staircasing this down, they will develop. These bars will grow, whoomp, whoomp, as forced hedging comes into the market. Bam, bam. Bottom right now on NDX looks like 17,800. At the money volatility on SPX looks like it's going to head lower here. So this is positive. SPX vol curve heading another. Now this can change, of course, but the implication is into late August we should see volatility weaken and the market begin to find a bottom and trade sideways to up. On NDX, at the money volatility. So we can get this up really quick for you. Sometimes it takes a while. In the background, I'm having problems compute this morning. I'm getting hit heavy by viewership. Let's try this one instead. Let's try CTA positioning. CTA positioning. There is some positivity here. Fairly easy to see, right? We talked about the three legs of CTA selling. They had the first leg right there, right? They got the second leg right here, right? And then they got the third leg. That third leg, there was an idea that we would bounce here, but we didn't, right? We stretched it down. Now that we're below, there's still a little bit more selling possible. What's amazing is that the market has been resilient in the face of this. That's the takeaway. We're only right now trading 519. We're not trading fucking 400, 450. Even if we were to continue the downside selling, there would be an expectation that there's a major bounce down here on CTA selling. CTAs will seriously take a look at buying the fucking dip. So there is a light at the end of the tunnel, at least, in terms of trend followers. Let's look at bonds really quick, see if we can bring that up. CTA bond positioning. I don't know if we'll get that data right now. They're still long right now, but they're getting close to a top. If you are long 30-year bonds, note that there's, you're near a top. Not quite at the top, but you're near a top on the bond or on 30-year bonds. Vol control looks like dog shit, doesn't it? Looks like absolute dog shit. They fucking cut it loose, blasted down, and then the last leg today. There should be some vol control coming up. That's good for bulls. Now, how does that translate? That doesn't translate to up market. I want you to know that. What winds up happening is what it translates to is hammering out a bottom, and we could even staircase down, but no more volatility ahead. So you're going to be looking for lows down here to buy the dip, hammer out a bottom of some kind, and possibly look for some more upside potential. Not great upside, maybe to the daily trigger at best. And you definitely volatility should be gone. Like wake up tomorrow, we're down 7, 8, 10%. Should be. But it doesn't translate into new highs. You don't have CTAs on your side. You don't have HFs on your side. You don't have banks on your side buying. And if anything, whenever we do get a high, you're likely going to see people exiting the market. So that's where we are. It's what we talked about in the private stream this morning. We're pretty much at that place where right now, don't expect like big explosive down moves. Don't expect it right now. You can expect some new lows, and every time we come into where people were trapped, they should sell. And you can probably expect a trade at minimum to the daily trigger, maybe a squeeze higher and then a roll down of people exiting risk in the marketplace right now. Yeah, we can get some staircasing in there, definitely, but just not the volatility associated with. Don't be looking at the past performance of the past couple weeks and say, yeah, tomorrow we got down 10, 20% or something like that. They're going to save that shit for what? If they actually cut rates. If they get forced into some kind of rate cut or anything like that, you would see that volatility enter the picture. We're poised now for what rate cut, whether we do it or not. I already told you in the private stream what I thought about that. It has nothing to do with right now. What else do I have for you guys? It's now 12:58. I'm going to set up. I'm now switch to. I'm not going to do the COT positioning or the HF or long short positioning right now. I'm going to transition at this point into. I'm going to transition right now into an interview with David AMS. Turn some of that stuff off. Turn that off. I'm going to do one quick check here. Yeah, we got some double corrections being confirmed. Oh. My daughter's sending me some, be very careful of Tesla here. Tesla is about to confirm a larger correction to the downside. If you're looking for an out here, you're being presented with the opportunity on Tesla. Had a high of 204. There were buyers at 205, $1 higher. So I want to be very clear with you out there, okay? If you're in public, I want to talk to you right now, okay? I'm going to be very clear with you out there. Some fucking moderator, please mark this part of the video. I discussed this on FinTwit last week. So on a larger plane of being, right, you've got quality, you've got memes, and you've got spec growth and all that kind of stuff. Regardless if we go higher to all-time highs or not, depending upon what you're in, you're going to be given an opportunity to exit. You do not re-enter until conditions improve. Last week on Thursday, Friday, Tesla was at 205 or something. There was a buy signal, got rolled down. It just went back from 205 to 204. It's confirming a larger correction to the downside right now. Just a heads up. But you are, whether it improves or not, you've been given a chance to get the fuck out without losing your ass on Tesla. You need to be looking at individual tickers right now for an exit strategy. And if you're in indexes, whenever opportunity those present themselves. And it's going to be like rotation, rotating through. It might be Tesla today, NVIDIA tomorrow, I don't know, Netflix the next day. I don't know. I'm using an example here. Tesla's an example. You're being given an opportunity to exit until conditions improve rather than panic selling. Even if we go higher, we're being given a chance to exit. And that's all around the stank market. I told you 3 weeks ago, like Avgo and these other fucking tickers, whatever the fuck their names are, I forget now, CrowdStrike, before they shit even happened with CrowdStrike. Like any of those outlier AI trade tickers, anything that I showed you that was maxed out on monthly and quarterly velocity. Remember, I was like, NVIDIA's not quite there yet, but these other fucking guys, all these outliers, get fucking rid of them. You should have gotten rid of them weeks ago. And we've got more here, okay? Just more right now. And some of these individual tickers are looking for double corrections. That's like a major correction, right? That's like big downside moves to their monthly triggers and shit like that. So be very careful. If you own this market, not indexes, but if you own other stuff, you know, like I own this and I own that. Oh my God, I'm being given a little bit of brightness. Get out until conditions improve. You have your opportunity. Dude, I got sun, man. I got fucking sun this week. I look good. I look good for my wife. God damn, sorry. I like looking good for my wife. Well, I do it for my kids too, but hold on one second here. I'm going to go over now to David AMS. Copy that. See if we can get David. I wonder if we can share video today or not. He doesn't have to, but I'd like to see him. Maybe he can share some charts or whatever. We'll see if we can get him here with at least sharing his screen, or see if he wants to share his screen this morning. I'm going to post a link to Twitter that he's going to be on here. Just one quick second as we try to get him in the show here. Hey, David, you're live right now as a heads up, at least with your audio. Futures Globex discussion. Hang tight, brother. I got to post this really quick. Live stream, public live stream, I should say. YT, Twitch, second computer. Boy, I'll tell you what, they don't like Twitch on X, do they? God, all right, post that right there. Make a social. If you guys would mind, if you're a member, supporter, community member, if you don't mind reposting this post I just made on Twitter, liking it and reposting it So if people want to join us in stream and listen to David AMS, I'd appreciate it. Oh, shoot. I got to write that David AMS will be on. I fucked that up. I got to edit the post. Can I edit this post or not? David AMS joining us. Post that right there. Okay, it's done. View. Admit. Oh, what's up, sexy?
Can you hear me?
I can. Hold on. Do a mic check again. Say, what do you want to say? Say, check 1, 2, 3.
Check 1, 2, 3.
Say it one more time.
Check 1, 2, 3.
Hold on here. I got to increase your volume. All right, do it again.
Check 1, 2, 3.
Why is that not working? Maybe that's just going to take a second. Can you do it one more time?
Yeah, check 1, 2, 3.
It's getting better. I think we got it.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
I'm going to turn you up just a little bit more. Do you want to present today any chart? If you want to, or if you would like to present any charts today, David, I can put those on full screen at any moment whenever you like, okay?
Yeah, sure. Let's just first have a chat and then I'll see.
How you doing?
Displaying. I'm doing good.
We chatted earlier. We've been chatting in the background past few days, but I was like, let's save this for the show so that it's not dry. It's like fresh.
Yeah. No, I completely understand. Wait, I'm going to share my screen real quick because I don't want to trade live, but I am paper trading for you guys to see.
I've got you on full screen right now, brother.
All right. I'm just going to go ahead and show you what I've been doing. And the reason is like it's afternoon, we made a new high, right? So I have a rule. I will continue to look for longs and to try to trade back in sort of like a premium zone or something like that, even though knowing on the higher time frame we are going to go down. I was accumulating longs below the midnight open. It's part of my trade plan to look to see what the Asia range has done. And I'm always looking for lows and highs of the week to be made on a Monday or on a Tuesday. So what happened this morning that we got down like this is for me already a sign saying that we were going to go up during the New York session. So I was continuously looking for longs to take. And at first at London, they made a low, which was done around 2:00 a.m. For you guys in New York. And we got a nice run up for that. And then at 8:30, we made a double bottom, basically on the 19th of April low on NASDAQ, which also initiated for me to take a long again. Now, what do I look for specifically? Because look, I'm not going to call a bottom or a top on anything. And I'm basically only targeting the equal highs or equal lows or a previous high or a previous low that has been made, and where I see a high probability of price moving towards that. And I look for specific signatures where we see reversal patterns emerge, where I look for my entries to go into. Now, let's go specifically into the now, because, you know, in hindsight is all nice and easy, but I just want to show you right now live what's been going on. So what happened in my world is, since I marked the Asian ranges that we have been playing, I look for areas to participate in. Now, the midnight open every single day is my over-under. A lot of times during the London session, you will see that either that will be the high or low of the day and we start selling off from it, which was also the case this morning, which is fine. However, when this happens on a Monday, on a Tuesday, and I see them dumping it like the way they are, the first thing that goes on into my head is that I look for liquidity to be taken out. People that are short markets they're going to get offsided in these cases. Does that happen all the time? No, it doesn't, but it does happen in certain conditions. And in these type of conditions, I look for them, especially after we've been going down like this so violently. It's for me a warning sign to look the opposite direction immediately. And I'm not even considering taking any shorts from the lower end. So in this case, what happened now? Well, I'm looking for stops to be taken out, which it did. And if you look at 11:50 a.m. on NASDAQ, it was this low that was made. So I look for that sweep to occur. And next to that, I also have a midnight open where I can work from, which is at 18,025. Now, if we were to go down or make a continuation move down, I'm not expecting that to occur at least until maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock or something like that. So in the meantime, we're here to make money. I'm a scalper. I'm not a swing trader. I could care less where we end up tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So I put on some size and positioning where I know I'll be able to extract some money from it. And to give you an idea on this paper trading account here, I saw we were getting down to the midnight open, and I started accumulating the long positions. And I'm going to trade it towards 2 areas where I think we might be able to reject and make a continuation move lower, or where I know where there are equal highs, which I'll point out to you why I started to scale out there. Is like, if we were to continue down, I know no matter what, we're gonna go up to that level. Now, it depends on your sizing and how you do it, but if you look here just on this trade, if you do 3 lots, that will already give you like $1,700, which should be enough to make your day, because you'll be in the top 1% that is earning that in a single day anyway. And you compound that over time. And what more do you need? Do the math, what that makes in a year.
Yep.
So I wait for certain market conditions to present themselves at specific times of day. Time is very important.
Mm-hmm.
And
do you want to tell them do you want to tell them just a baseline of opens, closes, highs and lows from other sessions around the world, and how price is attracted to those? Maybe, or
I'll show you how I work with things. I'm going to switch my screen. You can see the different sessions that are marked out, right? I think.
Yeah, they can see it.
Okay, I'm going to go to a clean chart real quick because I have this one marked up, and I'll just pretend like we are starting a new day. And let's start with ES. I don't trade that often. However, I did want to buy a major low to accumulate longs for later, but we actually didn't get there yet where I wanted to participate from, which is perfectly fine. And it doesn't really matter to me if we get there or if we don't, but what is a high probable trade for me? So when I wake up in the morning, it's usually around your time, midnight, because I'm 6 hours ahead for you guys. So we have an Asian range that is made. Then at midnight, there's an opening price that will print.
And you either buy it or sell it, right?
Yeah, I look for shorts above it if I'm bearish, and I look for longs below it if I'm bullish. Now, when Asia is done, I'm not looking to buy anything because we made a pretty big move downwards. So I think the trend was quite clear that we were going to go down. And I was expecting London to do a continuation to it. And so between the Asia and the London session, they sold it down. So, which is perfectly fine. And as soon as the cash opened up in London, which is at 3 a.m., they pumped it up. And, for me, I look for targets where I'm able to get 20 points or something like that, or sometimes 40. And well, in this case, we got much more. So I mark out these areas where price has consolidated a bit and where the highs look a little jagged, a little, like you would say, or either an Asia low or Asia high. So I expect price to trade back to these session ranges and test them out before they make the next move down or up in any way. So in London, you always have this trap that is being made. So they'll make the first move. You think you're going to go down, but then they'll reverse it to you, and then they'll move it up. And then around 4:30 to 5 a.m., they will price will start consolidate, or the most volume has been traded then, and then we need to prepare ourselves for the New York session to occur. So at 7 a.m. is my next area of interest where we start looking at. So I look for these zones or places where I think we've rejected that, or it left like relatively equal highs or lows behind, where they would flush it. And I think I was talking to you on the phone at that time when they started that sell-off, where I said, if anything, buy this open, because it's just, it's just like it's showing all the signs for me not to be shorting it at the open in that sense. And then I look for these specific setups where per value gaps start to form and everything, and then I will enter into the position and target these equal highs or either a swing high that has been made. Now, what happened here in this case? I'm going to take off all these lines to make it a bit clearer for you. You have the London session ranges, which I always expect to be retested in the New York session. For me, the run-on liquidity starts at 7 a.m. approximately, and at 8:30 is where I like to take the position most of the time, and then trade back to retest either the London low or the Asia low or the Asia high or the London high, depending if we're up or down. So in this case, at 8:30 exactly, the price opened up, and basically you could have blindly long back to the London ranges. Now, let's do a quick calculation what that would mean in profits. And if you would have bought 3 contracts in ES, that would have given you $11,000. So everyone has their own risk appetite, and you can do this also in micros if you don't have the cash to do it in the minis. And even then, you would have gotten what I've talked about earlier of getting your $1,000 a day, for example, to do it. Because I know like 80% doesn't even calculate how much they should position for and what the risk is. And the risk
SPX, sorry, David, to interrupt. SPX turning up right now again. Good. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, no worries. So I look for low-hanging fruits. I'm not the one that's going to call a top or a bottom. However, I am going to look for swings that are most likely to be taken or be traded too. Now, there are a few things I take into account. There are gimmicks that I use that are called fair value gaps, because in my opinion, we're either trading to previous highs or lows, or seeking a rebalance where the market has left an inefficiency, as in a fair value gap that needs to get refilled or a gap that needs to get refilled. And when I see a sandwich of that occurring, and I see enough range to be able to take the trade, I take the trades towards those levels. Now let's have a look on NASDAQ. See, the target that I had is 181 or 61, I think it was. Let me have a look. I think I put the stop too tight, but anyway, they stopped me out. But nevertheless, let's see. Yeah, they took me out, but the target for this was this blue line right here at 161. I would have exited the trade. Now with these things, it's always good to put your stop right below the swing itself, because I pulled it up because I wasn't going to be on screen. I didn't want to take any risk. I banked what I needed, and whatever runner I had left is already put into the pocket. So it doesn't matter to me what it does. It's a scaling part that saves me, and it buys your stop into whatever it needs to do. Now, after I was scaled, I could have left the stop right below here, but I didn't want it to put in any extra risk on this to let the trade run. And that's still something I do not tend to do, because I try to go for those low hanging fruits and just leave it at 20 points or something like that. and grab the money and run, because that's all I need to have on NASDAQ to have a good day or a successful day. How do I get these biases? I work my way back from the weekly. Every single day, I start off with a clean chart, and I look for areas where I think
hold on, before you continue, say like, or express that a little, just expand a little bit more. You start at the weekly, then the daily, then the hour or 4 hour, then the 1 hour, then down to you're trading a minute or even less or something like that, right?
Yeah, well, I use a minute only for my entries in that sense, but I rarely trade the 1 minute in that sense. I can trade it's weird because I prefer to trade the 15-second chart when it comes to the lower time frames.
Yeah, I realize you're scalping even smaller frames, but
but
you plan your week starting on the weekly basis, right?
What?
You start your week on the weekly basis, right?
Yeah. I have a bias. I'm either targeting a previous week high or a low. Now, when we gap down on days like this, what happened now is when there's an automatic thing that goes into my head where I'm looking for longs on gap downs, because I'm expecting that the gap is going to get filled on the upside. Does it fill? But there's one little rule that I always keep in mind, and is that I like to see it actually opening much lower than what the previous close was. And a lot of times when they start doing that, and I'm going to show you another example. When big turns in the markets occur after big moves, you will see these gaps happen like this.
Yep.
And then you see it here also, right?
Yep.
Here it didn't happen, but that was a warning sign for me to keep an eye on this candle right here. So I'll just mark this candle as like a block or order block where I would like to trade off from. Now, look where we went to, and we stopped a few points shy of it, which is perfectly fine because you can take the wick into account also. But for me, it's enough to say, okay, we've reached that area or that zone, and then I'm going to start looking for reversal patterns that occur. And then I'll switch down to the lower time frames. And for example, a 5-minute chart where I'll start looking for the reversal pattern to occur. So I look for the lowest down close candle that has been made, and I want it to stay with the body on top of this line that I draw here.
That's right.
So, and this is where I long, which was at 8:55.
Now, what happens if you lose that? You stay out of market for a long, right?
Well, no, because there's another thing that can happen also. And the reason why I was so specifically interested in this is because we got the London low.
Yeah.
We got taken out. Now let's have a look on NASDAQ.
They came back and swept it though, didn't they?
Yeah, but NASDAQ didn't, and it didn't make a lower low. So for me, it's a divergence. That means that someone's either buying, and you can be wrong, but that's where your risk is.
Yeah. We got to tell people that though.
Yeah. So, and NASDAQ wasn't making a newer low, which was the reason why I was trading NASDAQ, because I like to trade the strongest one.
Mm-hmm.
Now they did the same thing here. There was no body closure underneath it. They wicked into it. Like wicks do the damage and the bodies tell the story.
Tell the story, baby.
Yeah. And they did it twice, because if you have to get the one that has the most range, to be honest. However, there were two of them, and if they're unclear, you can even wait, and you got your second chance at 9:30 when the market opened up and they traded right into this zone right here, and it was a breaker. But like, you know, I like, if you really want to know the technical parts of the way I trade, it's not something I can explain in 5 minutes. I'm just with showing you one candle, but I would really suggest you invest the time to study a little bit more on the ICT system. And it's not something you can just slap on. It's a language that you need to understand, and there's no better person that can explain it better than himself. So, and I can tell you what to do, and I tell you gimmicks, but I think I'm a better person to approach if you have studied the material and you're still struggling in finding a trade plan and how to get you organized into finding a good way that fits your system of trading.
Being very tactful.
Yeah, and what time you want to put that risk on. And yeah, since I trade at any time of the day almost, because I've been studying it for so long, it's a bit easier for me to guide you in the right direction and what to look for, because there are so many different ways to trade his system. It's insane, and for everything there is an answer, and that's the crazy part about it. But you cannot just slap on learning one thing on what he teaches and just expect that to work, because it's an entire language you need to understand.
Understood. Yeah, 100%.
So yeah, so Nasdaq now is trading towards that target. I would be done at this time, and let's just do a quick calculation here. For example, if you would have gotten in late, but then here we go again. It's the same story that I was telling you. There are so many confirmations happening, and let me take that golden nugget off, because that's another story for something for another day. Is how I trade that golden nugget, because I'm looking at between 11 o'clock New York time. I'm looking for a run on liquidity when the London close happens, and then I'm looking for a retracement back. And at 12:30, I'm looking for an opposite directional move, which happened. And then a lot of times, if the new high was made afternoon, for example, I will look to long around 1 o'clock again. So you can take it 3 times, this trade. But, it doesn't matter. You don't need to take it 3 times. If you just know what to look for, you'll be able to take the trade just one-sided. And for example, if you would have done this just with one contract, that would have paid your day also again. And let's say you wanted to put $750 risk on there. Let's put 500. I'm just going to do it as an example with one contract. And that would have given you already 2,173. And that's more than double than what you should even think about earning in a day. I mean, 99% of the people don't earn that in a single day in that. So I look for low-hanging fruits, things that are predictable for me. And when the market is doing crazy shit, I will just step aside and wait, because an hour later, something will show up and there will be a clear high that we can work towards to, or a flat low that we can target to, and do it like that.
Talk to people about when the market gets crazy that you step aside. And sometimes that's even on the upside, right? The market could be going bananas and you still stick with your plan to scalp that money, or like, let's say we're like ripping higher, you scalp it, get it. You don't know if it's going to reverse down, but it keeps going higher. You can jump in again, of course, but sitting on your hands can apply to both upside and downside volatility, right?
Yeah, correct.
Your rules and your plans work for you.
Yeah, because even in bear markets, I mean, I will step aside. I don't like shorting, so because it's like really fast in that sense, and I'm unable to make that switch really quickly. I can only do it on certain days. Like I need to be really sharp. And mind you, a lot of times, the shorts that I like to take are in London, and that's about it. In the New York, I prefer not to take them anymore, because I'll just wait for a setup to unfold to see if it presents itself to go long at some point. Because like I said, I'm looking for low-hanging fruit. So if I see 20 points for grabs, or 30 points in that sense, I will wait for that to unfold and wait for those areas for where that would activate from, and do that. And when I see a lot of barcoding happening or something like that, I will just wait, because I'll wait to specific times of day to activate from those zones. And like for example, now I will wait until 2 p.m. to do anything, because usually around now is when the PM session starts accumulating for whichever way they want to go. So I know that in this next 30 minutes, let's say, something will happen where they are going to stop people out. So I don't like to be in a trade around this time, or have it closed then. Now, Can we go down further? Yes, we can. Where am I wrong? Because I will draw a zone, let's say on the chart, where I'm going to be looking for areas to potentially short from and be open for both sides always. So, for example, this zone here, right here, is like an optimal trade entry sell zone where I have interest in and await the reaction from it to potentially short from. Now, the same thing what I was showing you for to go up, I'm also drawing them on the way down. So for example, on NASDAQ, if we're unable to breach above the Asia high with a definite close, and I'm talking about a closure of a 5-minute or 15-minute candle, for example, I'm very curious what will happen when we get around 2 p.m. in this zone here. And where would I target to? Is this messy area here.
That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for lower. Or not necessarily lower. I'm not bearish here. But I like the idea of those sweeping those lows a couple more times.
Yeah. And, you know, and the thing is, it's like I will scale out here. So if I'm taking a short, let's say I would enter here, scale here, the first one, which is about 20 points, leave a runner for this area here, and then we'll see how far it goes. And then as soon as we start stepping down, I will keep moving my stop down. So
talking about that too, because these people will take it as a bearish indicator when in reality we're just pushing price down for a better price to go long.
yeah. Okay, so let me see if I can open something up here.
We're showing where that demand was and why would they ever, like, I guess a lot of people just think because they bought down lower that they want to buy again at the highs, and how they don't.
Yeah, well, for me, it's very simple.
How about the opening, closing, and dealers and sorry.
Like we are trading in a discount zone still, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for today, we are in premium. So when I look at a range, I look for what is discount, what is premium. And it's very simple how I do that. I just draw a fit from the low to the high. And where's the 50% mark? So anything below here is discount.
Discount, baby.
Is premium. And you do that on a daily basis and or on a weekly basis. So
you do it in every time frame, right?
Yeah, you can do it on any time frame.
Mm-hmm. So if you're like a swing trade, if you are a swing trader,
yeah, like I would be starting to be careful with like being short in that sense. I'm not saying that we can't go down, but you have to take that into account. That like the plunge that we have had, I prefer price to trade back up into premium, and then look for a repositioning into the shorts.
We had a there was something put out this afternoon about let me see if I can get it right here, about how we close today will impact. I'm with you that we go higher into the close today, but our closing price is going to impact functions. See if I can read it to you. Keep talking, and I'll look for it right now and see if I can find it to read it to you.
I'm going to try to show you. I don't think we're going to go up from here, but I'm going to try to show you what I mean with scaling. What I mean. So let's say you enter into position here, and we're going to retarget those highs up here, right? Okay, we'll leave the stop down here.
I'm going to post this for the chat again because I posted it earlier.
So as soon as price starts pushing up, in that sense, you're in profit, right? And what you want to do is, let's say I want to sell one here.
So this is from UBS. They said risk control. If SPX drops minus 3% or more today, further RC sell risk is minimal, considered flushed out.
So you see, I'm in 5 contracts now, and then I didn't get filled, but I was trading this little inefficiency that was there, where I wanted to show you where you can buy your stop. I missed it. Well, anyway, we would have been filled here, and in that case, you can basically move your stop up. So that difference of those two contracts, that will buy you your room for this stop here, where it wouldn't be as big as you would expect. So let's wait and see how this unfolds. Because my bias is still that we're going to take out these equal highs up here. And you always get your exit if you choose to enter in the right area or zone, right?
That's right. Even if you get trapped.
Yeah.
Usually that's where the trap happens too, right? If you pick the right area that you do get trapped, it's usually right there at that place or close, very close.
Yeah, it always is.
If you're buying dips, if you're a buyer buying dips and not chasing.
Have a look here.
Like the place you're supposed to buy dips, if you blast down, they likely revisit that point, at least near that point of interest.
Yeah. Now, this is not an area where I would never initiate a position from this, but this is just to show you how the scaling works, where you start offloading. Like the people in the chat or in Discord, they always see me typing that I'm offloading my long positions. Most of the time, that's because I bought a specific low, for example, like what I did here, and I start offloading it. And I leave my stops here, and on the way up until the target has been met, I keep scaling in and out. So we're looking for this imbalance right here where I have my sell order to get filled. And that will be my first scale. And you can even leave runners for up here. Sell 1. Let's change this one to 2. In the meantime, we'll just wait to see what happens here, and we'll have a look at ES. I like to scan around to see what the rest is doing also. So let's see. By the way, the candles that you see on my chart on the right, those are candles that are based on the midnight open. Because in my opinion, the midnight open is what sets the tone of the day, always. And I have these candles that are different from the rest, which show me where their open is, where the close is, where the high is, and where the low is, and also from the previous day. Now I can change these to different time frames, and because you can basically retarget every previous high, low, or open that has been made. Right now we're sort of in like this chop zone. The past 3 hours we haven't done anything. So in the end, one of them will be taken out at some point. So, and those are the low-hanging fruits that I'm talking about. Lower your expectations. Do not try to even aim for an all-time high or something like that. Never go up to what you have in front of you. It's already tough to predict what's going to happen the next hour. Never mind what's going to happen in a week. Because some idiot can press a button on the bomb.
Dude, seriously.
And I don't want to be stuck in that. I've been there, done that, lost a shitload of money because of that, and that's the reason why I trade the way I do now.
I think Vol Signals like just encapsulated it so well, being a professional. Like you could barely follow along with how he was explaining the market structure one day from a professional's point of view, and then how even it being explained perfectly, there was just one guy or one entity that came in and just slammed down a condor into the end of the day, and it was like, we ain't crashing today. Like how simply your like detailed, complicated, thought out thesis can get royally fucked.
Yeah.
By price action.
Yeah.
Or
exactly. So you see now,
especially when players aren't in the market, when the market can be moved.
Yeah. So you see my first two contracts got scaled out. And now I expect those highs to be taken. Okay, so we got two runners left, and I'll move my stop to break even and just leave it for what it is.
I'm going to show where your stops are and what the next target would be, if you don't mind. Or I guess the next target's that next, yeah, right up there.
Yeah, 169.
Yeah. What would you have to say? So I think we started to lose ground. Let me take a look here and see where we started. We started losing some ground, I want to say, on Wednesday. I could be wrong on this, but it was like Wednesday. And then Thursday it got real ugly. Friday was like all right, we know what's happening. We're losing these levels that we shouldn't be losing. And then we, of course, we go through the weekend, and we got a bloodbath. Wake up this morning. What would you have to say? There's, I know some of it is shit posting or whatever, but what would you say to a younger market participant about panic and fear and all that kind of stuff that goes along, the noise that's out there that can not just instill fear, but panic trading or something like, I don't know if I'm wording that correctly, but.
Well, the thing is that, look, it's for me, it's quite simple. What happened last week? First of all, my trading was done on Wednesday. And the reason is because on non-farm payroll weeks, I just don't touch the market, and I make sure everything is done by Wednesday or Thursday morning.
Yeah. And there's the auto fade of non-farms too, right? Like an hour after the open.
Yeah, you don't know what's going to happen, right? So, it's like one time it's good news, it's bad news, then it's bad news, it's good news, and it just it's something that's not predictable, and they take out all the liquidity. And I'm trading NASDAQ. You can see it on Bookmap that the book goes black, right? So
yeah,
I'm like, I've had it happen in the past where price just slices through your stop orders. I mean, they're nothing. It's just there. I rather wait for the reaction from it in that sense, and and you're looking for a high or a low to be made for the week. And let's have a look and go back to what happened there. Let me have a look. Yes. And there was a lot of fuckery going around because we had made.
That's right where it is, right there.
Yeah, right here.
I don't think we're revisiting that for a bit.
Well, yeah, we shouldn't be, but who knows?
That's true. Well, we can't be guaranteed. These people are like, you said that, it means it's guaranteed.
Yeah, in my opinion, I see these equal highs here. You don't think they're going to take out these stops at some point?
Yeah, I think they'll take out those stops, but I think they send it right back down over it.
Yeah, they could. That's why. So so I look for these equal.
We'll go there. I mean, above it, I guess I should say. The revisit is there, but
yeah. And now
on the downside, it seems like it happens more. When we go to the downside unexpectedly, it seems like we revisit that upside action. No, sorry, excuse me. If we're on a high and or if we were expecting, let's say, to go down and we go up, we tend to revisit those lows quicker than if we go down to come back up.
Yeah. So look, I'm looking sort of like somehow we trade back up to it and maybe sell it here again in the sell zone that I drew out. And it's a simple optimal trade entry that I drew out because if you look at the range from yesterday, there are a few areas where I'm looking at on ES. For example, what are importance for me is last Friday's low, which I think will be revisited at some point. How do we get there? I do not know. But however, I do know that if we break out above this area here and we go back and retest it, and there's a fair value gap where I can, jump into.
Statistically, we should go there within the next 15 sessions.
Well, yeah, that's why. So, and knowing that I'm usually on a Monday or on a Tuesday, I'm looking for a low to be made and then get my trading done by Thursday. I'm going to be open for that in that sense. Because so far, you know, we are holding a key level. I think we should go lower as well. But like I said, you know, why am I going to even try to predict what's going to happen at the end of the week if
There's no point.
I'm able to predict what's going to happen in the next hour, you know? So just trade what's in front of you at this time. And that's, you know, a lot of times people ask me for big swing trades. I'll activate, like I put money into another account to try to put it aside, to put on some size at some point, because it will turn. And I don't know if it will be mid-month or personally, I was thinking around like the 10th or the 11th, around my birthday. It's on a Sunday, but who knows? To maybe swing it further up. And then, I don't know, we got Jackson Hole coming up. And if that's going to be bearish, they're not going to be leaving it at the low most of the time. So they're probably going to pump it up and then dump it from there.
Reminds me of the, didn't we do a Jackson Hole in like 24 or 2022? I thought we did a Jackson Hole where they burned us down into it. Could be wrong on that, but I meant to look it up, but I didn't have any time to look it up.
Yeah.
They fucking just tore it, like flamethrowed us right into it, and then boom, that turn was right after.
Yeah.
I think everyone was expecting Jackson Hole to be like this big suck-off fest heading into it and turn into like a cell, like just burn everyone down into it. And that's when the turn came to the upside. The big turn to the upside came.
Yeah. Yeah. Something, you know, and to be honest, like I told you this morning also, you know, with all these numbers that come out, I don't really care what they are. However, the candlestick will tell me what they want to do with it. And
there should be right now, David, more like bad news, or at least leading into the September or Jackson Hole. Bad news should be bad news, and good news should be good news.
Yeah.
Just right now. And don't take that like every fucking data announcement. Not you, David, but the people out there watching right now will be like, well, you said this, and it didn't do that. But generally speaking, bad news should be bad news, right? But this is all tied into rate cuts or no rate cuts, because they're looking for this thesis of we should cut rates because of bad news right now. And the Fed's promised us 3 cuts by the end of the year, or at least 1 this year in September, November, December. I'm sorry, David, continue.
No, I have no idea what the implications are going to be, because, you know, we'll see it at the first candle that pops out of it. And a lot of times, you know, you will, when the New York opens up, if they have dropped it down, you will see a rebound up for shorts to be able to accumulate again. Or if they pump it up, you will see a drop down. And like on Russell, for example, was very, very clear. I think I posted it immediately in the Discord that the short setup that unfolded on it was just, it was perfect. You know, I had it on the 15-minute chart, and it couldn't be more clear than what happened. And I will show you why. I think I posted this picture there. I didn't even touch it anymore because the target was met that I was looking for.
Was that the 2830?
There was the 31st of July.
No, I meant like it was a 228, 230 or something like that.
Yeah, 2311 was the peak, and they had made, look, and these are the setups I'm looking for to occur. So I look for the highest up close candle, the way I was showing you on the bearish state or at the lower end. I'm looking for these at the higher end. So when price moves up aggressive like this, and then they break down like the way they did, first thing I do is I mark this high here, and this was your short, and we traded into this fair value gap, wicked into it, and you know, we're down, what is it?
Oh, dude, stupid.
Crazy amounts of points.
And then they put the pain to it, they put the screws on.
Yeah. And I was already like, you know, I opened my X a few times, and I was seeing all these posts that people were like legging into Russell and thinking, oh, this is it, you know, this is going to go up. And even though I had a bullish bias on Russell, I'm always open for reversals, because like I had an upside target of 2390 at first, but when I see these big moves like this, in my head, it's just like risk off.
Let's talk about that really quick too. So, just on a simple basis here.
Yeah.
It's
And then
crazy
the
how in
next day,
street.
this happened.
What's that?
And the next day in the London session, let's say you missed it, right? You get your second chance to enter these trades. Like I look at the average daily range and I draw these buy and sell zones on my charts based on the Asian session, and they're actually calculated from the midnight open. And I look for price to trade into it, and if they wick into it and then break above it, it's a short zone for me to either enter or to go long. And the warning sign was already that we have broken through the buy zone, which is a no-go for me to look for longs. And then I immediately start looking for shorts only.
Talk about do you ever scratch your head when you see like the crazy bullishness on highs, and then when we get down to these lows, how you see crazy bearishness when it should be the inverse in general?
Yeah, and that's what I mean. You know, I when I see these big flushes down like we saw this morning,
Even if we're in a bear market, still
yeah, it doesn't matter. Look, it doesn't matter. Like
the market doesn't matter.
If you calculate the low from the high, it was 960 points that the Nasdaq went up, right? So you can't tell me you can be looking at that as a deer in headlights and not take a trade off of it, right? So that's why it's important that you know what to look for in these type of setups. And when you see these things happening and you see these relatively equal highs where people are short from, I use those as targets to trade towards. And now, for example, like at 2 p.m. right now, it's going to get interesting what's going to happen. Like I said, you know, we're still in a bearish state for the higher time frame, right? So are we done for today to go down? I'm not sure yet. And you know, since we've had this crazy move happening or anything, you know, I mark out the sell zone. As long as we are below here, I'm still open for shorts to retarget these lows here, right? So I prefer to see price trade into this and then maybe continue down. It won't go in one shot like that. Or I will look for price to break out, create a gap, and then trade up. And then I will look to see if there's a fair value gap that's created here, for example, where I can buy from under retest. So I'm always looking two sides, right, for a new scenario. But what needs to happen is that we need to make a new high. As long as we don't make that new high, I'm not going to be looking at it. And if it doesn't reach into my buy zone, I won't be chasing it, and I'll just leave it for what it is. And there will be another opportunity, maybe an hour later. But these big pushes up, like here, yeah, it's for me, it's very hard to chase prices to those levels again. I prefer to trade it back into discount and just wait for a setup to unfold itself and then take it from there.
Let me ask you a few other questions if you don't mind my
Yeah.
asking.
Sure, please.
Yeah. Are you what are your thoughts on I don't know what I should or should not be asking here. Let me ask you some simple ones. Even though you don't care or you don't know what's going to happen, we get that with the general disclaimer. Do you think we see rate cuts here or in the EU or in Britain
Well, I don't know what
this year or no?
When I go to the supermarket here, it's insane what you have to pay, right? So
What's it like for you pre-COVID, then last year, and then right now? Is it getting better, or wages coming up, or no? Are wages meeting the slower rate of inflation, or not?
No, not at all.
Do you think it would be better to have rates higher for longer, or not?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
I think so, because
Is there any
I don't know.
concern over the
I
U.S.
do
elections, or
understand
maybe
it's
not?
tough
I don't know. It's necessarily concern, but like, is there like a thesis that Trump turns on the money printer, or you'd prefer to see? I guess you're saying that you would prefer to see the tightening continue, which you probably won't see if Trump gets in office, right?
Yeah, well, I think if Trump comes into office, inflation is going to go out the roof.
It's gonna fucking rage, dude.
Yeah, it's going to be a big problem, and it's not going to be visible because everyone's going to be sugar high, thinking it's going to be a savior in a way, but it's not. But like I don't know if the rate cutting or something like that is something that will actually help it in that sense, you know? Because like I can see it here, the housing prices are just continuing to skyrocket up. It's not really making any difference. The only thing it's restricting is for younger people to be able to buy and purchase houses.
My friends that are like normal people are scrambling for new higher paying jobs or working more hours, or
Yeah,
like they're
and
getting by,
everything,
but only because they're changing things. They originally they were tightening their belts, but now they are like these are the like people that I have friends. I have friends that have had pretty consistent professional careers, and then they did the tightening thing, and then recently they started all looking for higher paying jobs because they're getting squeezed into it by trying to
yeah,
compete with the higher
no,
cost
but
of living.
like for me, an example, you go to McDonald's, right? In here in Europe, and you buy a Big Mac value meal. It will cost you like 11.50 in euros for a Big Mac value meal, and you get the medium fries and a medium drink compared to what you guys get in the States. Now, it's insane. It's like if you it's like almost as expensive to go to McDonald's than it is to go out into a restaurant or something like that.
Dude, literally, I can get nice restaurant food for the same price as McDonald's.
Yeah, yeah. So, and I think and it's weird because I drive by, I bike by those places when I go to the gym or something like that, and then I see it's like jam packed. I don't understand. You see all these young people there. I don't know. They must be doing it on credit or something like that.
You mean in a nice restaurant or a McDonald's?
No, fucking McDonald's and those kind of places, you know?
Are they busy right now or no?
Yeah, they are here.
They
But
aren't.
then again, I live in a city, so it's a bit distorted because we have a lot of tourists here also, and school's out right now, so it's a little quieter than it is usually. But like if you go there during the week when it's a normal day, it's insane.
I notice more people out at competitor fast food restaurants, but I don't notice people out at nicer restaurants.
No, but I think the rich here, they'll continue to do whatever they're doing.
Yeah,
Um,
they don't spend as much out right now. That's what I noticed that too.
yeah, no, but like when you go out, also you notice it, and I hear people complaining about it. Like even this weekend, I was out on a festival.
Yeah.
Like to get a beer, you had to pay like €6 for like a really small beer. Like after two chucks, it was like down. It was done. You know.
My what? Dude, God, continue.
Yeah, and you pay the same for a Coke or something like that. If you buy a beer or a Coke or water, it's the same price. Man, it's insane, and like people are not able to, like in the past, you would like talk to people and then someone would walk up to the bar and get a drink for you, or something like that. But that has stopped. It's like, the saying of going Dutch, everyone's doing that here now. Like literally, because they can't afford to like give out drinks or anything or something like that to others,
It's
So,
weird. I wonder if it's like I think it's kind of like it was weird. I read an article about Ticketmaster. Like they were like, can the internet solve the price of concert tickets being so high? And It reminds me of like the McDonald's thing. Like, when does the gig up where people realize that they can eat a meal in a nice restaurant for the same price, where they figure it out? It's like the masses, when they figure out they can get a better meal elsewhere. And I'm trying to say that because, or who is actually buying this stuff? Because my youngest daughter asked me this week to go to a concert for one of a past Disney star that's a singer now.
Mm-hmm.
And I went on to the ticket. I went to SeatGeek, like a ticket reseller site that's usually cheaper than Ticketmaster. The cheapest ticket, if I wanted 3 tickets for 3 kids and 2 or 3 women, 2 or 3 women or something. It was like 6 tickets, and together, sat together 6 people. The cheapest ticket. Now, of course, it's a Disney thing, so it's already a scam ripoff for kids. But it was $600 a ticket. So you figure it was going to cost me, I think, $4,000 or something like that to buy tickets for the women and for kids to go see a concert for children at a shitty arena that's probably an hour and a half, 3-hour show at best. It's not like a festival or multiple artists or even where you're going to get a long show for your money. And I was flabbergasted. I was like, and thankfully, one of the kids' moms said no, it was a little too old for these children. But even at the time, I was like, it's not even just the tickets. It's these kids are going to get clothes. They're going to get swag. They're going to get food. They're going to get transpo. I'm like, that's like a $10,000 show for a group of kids with some chaperones. Who the fuck's got that money? I don't even have that fucking money. I can't justify sending my kid to a 1.5, 3-hour show.
No.
$10,000 with some friends. It's a bizarre. And their friends couldn't afford it. I have to pay for it if they're going to do it. But I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I waited. They told me no, thankfully. Thankfully, these women said no.
Yeah.
But at the time, I'm like, none of the other parents can afford this shit. I don't want to foot this fucking bill. And who the fuck is footing these bills? Like, who?
That's a good question. I wonder that also, but everyone's struggling when it comes to that kind of stuff. It's just that.
But the fact that I don't even want to, like, the fact that it would cost $10,000 for an hour and a half show for kids to watch a Disney singer.
Yeah.
Garbage music. I mean, no offense to you out there if you like that stuff, but
That's crazy. It's crazy. It's like for me, it's not about the money. It's more an ethical thing where I think.
yeah, it's ethics.
No, it's like, man, it's just crazy stuff.
I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck? And this isn't an arena. I'm like,
But I also know it's not going to get better, and it doesn't matter if they're going to raise rates or not. But somehow they need to figure out something to either raise the wages, or if that means to take, that corporations need to make less profits, and that's not good for the stock market, so be it.
it's got to be profit. I don't see how it could cost them $600 a fucking seat in an arena to pay anyone, any of the equipment or the people that put that shit on. And we're not talking about the concessions or the merch or any of the other shit tied into this. It's obscene.
Yeah.
Is it obscene? Do you find when you went to the festival this weekend, outside of the bear, did you see any other obscenities in the price of stuff or no?
Yeah, it's insane. It's like the party where I went to in the past, you would pay like maybe $30 for an entrance. And the entrance now is like 70, so, and it's the same party, what it's been. So, I mean, they're struggling with higher wages, most likely as well. And then you get there, and in the past, a locker that you would need to rent to put your personal stuff in was maybe $5, and now they were charging 20, so it was like, damn.
I was listening to a guy this week explain that there's a new profit theft going on in this inflation cycle. I'll try to get the video again. I think I posted it in the Discord once, but I'm going to get it to you because this one guy was explaining how you had this like inflationary pressures, and then you have profit pressures, and then there's this whole new way to steal more money that's not being accounted for in inflation or profit. I gotta pull it up. I gotta pull it up again.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's a whole new scam in profit scraping.
Here they do it with shrinkflation, I guess. So
Yeah, he talked about that one too. He talked about shrinkflation. He was like, these are all the ways that they're capturing money from you, and they include this guy included shrinkflation. There's a new one. I gotta get it for you. I'm gonna post it again in the Discord as well. There's a whole new fucking scam right now.
By the way, let me go back to
Yeah, sorry about that.
I'll work my way back before we first.
Yeah, let's get back to it.
Because look, the thing is where I changed in the way I thought. Look, when we first had that first reversal on the 8th of July, I still had to be open for us to go long, right? And I needed to wait for the week to close down for me to decide what we were going to do. So, and this was the place where I was like, okay, things are turning, and I will not be looking for any reversals yet unless we see a change happening on the daily chart. Now, last week was a bit messy because on Tuesday, we had this down close candle here, where on Wednesday we closed way above it. And at first, I was trying to look for longs from this zone here, which we flushed. But thankfully, usually I'm like trading very lightly on a Thursday, where I don't know what was released on Thursday. So I think a pretty violent move down, right?
Yeah, we started losing key levels on Thursday.
At 10 o'clock or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Any like bullish, like all the bullish, if there was bullish bias, like they just started boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
And it just screamed we're going down.
Yeah. And at 10 o'clock, most of the time, if we're low, I will long. And if we're high, I will most likely short back to the midnight open, wherever that may be. And then I will look from there to see if there's a trade anywhere further. But since I think I was on stream also on that stuff, like how they started to sell off that thing all of a sudden, it was just like very odd. I thought to myself, for me, it's best to stay away because I don't know what they're going to do. Now, I work my way back and I try to create my bias on a weekly and then on a daily. And each day I will fine tune it and further down to see what we have left to do. And yeah, today we gap down. So basically the reversal of what we've seen, what happened last Thursday, which forces me to look for longs in those zones. And that is why let's say at 2 p.m. when we trade up and we haven't made a new high, I prefer to be short in it. Except for that we didn't trade into the zone that I had drawn out before. Usually I flip-flop in a 3-time frame thing here. So I have 3 windows open like I have right here. I basically only trade the 15-minute and the 5-minute chart. And I look for entries on either the 15-second one or the 1-minute one. Where do I look for entries? Is I look for these equal highs and equal lows to be taken at first, or I will look for fair value gaps to buy from in this case. Now, the only thing that's keeping me still a bit on the bull run is that we have made that new high after noon. And
yeah, we made that high and then we get the gap left over from the pre-market this
Exactly.
morning, right?
Yeah. And now if we didn't make that new high in that sense, and let's say we peaked before noon, and then after that, we didn't make a new high. For example, from here, and then I probably would have taken a short immediately before 2 p.m. And in this case, well, I'm sidelined. I didn't really trade into the zone where I wanted to trade it to. It did meet a certain criteria on the 15-minute chart where I could take a short from it. But I was showing you the 5-minute chart at the moment, or at the 1-minute chart, so I missed that setup.
See if the all right, so we got some questions coming in the Discord right now. David, do you feel like the London action controls or sets the tone? Smart money. Is it the smart money?
Oh, Asia sets the tone for everything. So in Asia, they accumulate. And in London, they like to manipulate, and in New York, they'll distribute.
Let's say that one more time.
So in a lot of times in Asia, you will see them accumulate for the rest of the day. And then in London, they will manipulate. And then in New York, they will distribute it. And levels will get retested in the meantime. And a lot of times you will see them going back to either Asia high or Asia low, or a London high or a London low. And that's why when you see my charts, I always have this on here, where you can see the different sessions right here. So let's go to last week.
Who the fuck just?
So you see, this is for me a warning sign, and when I want to go short. You see, Asia has a high. London made a high. Then New York took out all those stops, the relatively equal highs that we had here, and dumped it. That's how they play that game. And they do that with lows and they do that with highs. And it's rinse repeat all the time. Now, if they stair step it up, a lot of times when I see it, like Asia expanding like massively, I will stay out of London because it will be choppy. But they will go back and retest previous sessions that have occurred. And either an opening that was at 10 a.m. or at 2 p.m. or at 8:30. And for me, the New York AM session starts really at 7 a.m. in the morning. That's when I start looking for specific highs and lows where I can target to in that 30-minute window. And the golden nugget is a mean reversal or a mean reverse trade that will either take out the stops, and like in this case, we took out the London high that was made for them to position short from.
Just a note here that the 30-minute trigger is coming up underneath NQ. There's some momentum coming up from the underside. The half-an-hour trigger is about to cross up into the hourly trigger on NQ.
So for me, these are targets to work towards at some point. Now, all I need to do is wait for a setup to unfold.
And then next question for you, just briefly here. Oh, sorry, continue, David.
No, go ahead. Please ask.
Nope, continue on.
Okay. So yeah, in regards into looking for reversals to go up, I mark out these gaps that we still have open. Will they get filled? They will get filled at some point. I just don't know when. And I've never managed to really accurately predict to fill them from like crazy levels such as low as this. So, we'll just take it bit for bit and session for session. And for me, like the most high probable thing is to have an Asian session range where we can work from when we break up above or below it or trap people from that range. I will take the opposite side of the trade to target either the previous Asia high or low, and that's where I make most of my money in the London session.
If you have any questions for David on YouTube or Twitch, if you'd like to ask them right now, I'll read them off to David. David, is the yellow line on his chart, is that the Asia low?
This one here?
Yeah, right there, right where your cursor is.
That's a midnight open.
That's the midnight open, okay.
Yeah, that's my over-under. So midnight New York time is basically where I look for shorts above or longs below it to trade back to either a session high or low that is above us, or where I think stops are located at. So let's say if I was bullish and I was expecting Friday low to be retested, right? And the Friday low is right here. I'm going to draw a line. Let's make this one, let's call this one previous day low. Make it a little bigger. In theory.
Can I interject for just a moment?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm getting some really basic questions, or I'm really grateful that you're asking basic questions. If you don't follow, there is a U.S. session, or the major stock market sessions that matter to us is Asia, London, and the U.S.
Yes.
And the simple way to explain this would be, if I am a U.S. market maker, and or let's say I'm a U.S. market maker and you're a stock trader, right?
Mhm.
And no, not you, Dave, but the people that are watching right now. And I offer you SPY at $100. And you run it up. You're a trader out there, and you run the price of SPY up from $100 to $110. Myself as a market maker, I have to stay delta neutral on that trade. I can stay delta neutral if it doesn't run up quickly, but if it runs up really fast, I have to follow you on the trade until people stop buying. There's less demand for that security, right? So let's say SPY runs from $100 to $110. I'm chasing you as a buyer, let's say, right? As a dealer, and I have to get neutral, but I can't because you're all buying the fuck out of SPY. And let's say we trade SPY up from $100 to $110, right? I have to unload my position at some point, right? In futures, I have to unload my position. So it gets offered up, let's say, to the next session, right, for you to buy those contracts. And you may or may not buy those contracts, right? Does that make sense to you out there? So there's an impact on our market for where dealers, market makers are at the open and the close in our market. And depending upon what Asia and London does, will impact my next trading day as a market maker in the market. Does that make sense to you? So to the question of do other markets matter to our market? They do. Implicitly, they do. And David's watching specifically in each session, the U.S. session, the Asia session, and the London session, or all three sessions. He's watching to see what happens with price action, and where. I don't know if necessarily he cares about dealers, but are they buying it? Are they selling it? What's the high and low, and what's the range within that? The price ranges from the opens, closes, and the opening and closing price range. For myself, I care about where the dealers are in the U.S. in this equation. Are they forced to sell? Do they want to sell? Do they want to buy? Do they have to offer it up? Does it get sent right back down in the overnight? Let's say a dealer's long at $100. We get into the overnight sessions, and it gets sold down into $100 again. I know the dealers are now neutral, right? They're not like stuck at $110. They don't have to sell. They're supportive in our market. They're not supportive or sellers, but they're not necessarily going to help us go up or down at that point. So if you're wondering out there, do these sessions matter? They do. They implicitly matter if you're trading the U.S. market per se, or you're trading futures in Europe, or if you're trading European future or London futures. You want to know what the price action was in Asia and in the U.S. market. All right, is that simplifying it or not? Maybe David, you could do a better explanation of this.
Yeah, it's quite simple, right? For me, it doesn't really matter what they have done. However, those sessions, they will create either a high or a low that has my interest. So I look for these equal highs and equal lows where they're too flat, for example. You look for them on the 5-minute or on the 15-minute chart, and you will see that price will gravitate back towards them. And to give you an example, like what we have here, I'm just going to mark a box around it, right? So you see what happened here, how we had this high here. I look to trade back towards it. So when we're overextended to the downside, and then comes the time of day into play, where I look for specific signatures in the market when most volume gets traded, that will show me a reversal back to that zone where we break back above it. And I, most of the time, let's say, take a long from this zone here and exit these highs that were left behind. But what happened was this, that we flirted with the low that was made in London. And we never back tested the Asia low to see if we had enough strength to go back above it. So that was the reason why my bias was that we would trade back to the midnight open, which was also the Asia low. Because like if we were going to go down, no matter what, a lot of times in the New York session, they will scoot price back up above the midnight open to reaccumulate to make a continuation move down, or they will drop price back down underneath the midnight open to accumulate the longs to continue to move back up. And that's what I'm talking about, looking for trading from discount to premium, discount to premium. And now on certain days, I let go of that. And that's most of the times after Wednesday or Thursday or something like that, where those rules don't apply as heavily to me as what they do on a Monday or on a Tuesday. Because they are trying to position themselves for the week. And let's say if we were bullish this week, for the next 3 days, why would they want to scoop price up as quickly as possible up? So for me, a lot of times when I see price like running away on a Monday or on a Tuesday to extreme highs, I have to be open that they're going to short it on those days because they're accumulating shorts to go down. Now, if they dump it down today, and again tomorrow during London, for example, to take out those weak hands, for example, I will look to long again to trade back to retest those Friday lows, for example.
Dude, David, I'm looking at fucking SPY calls for tomorrow. We got, what time is it right now? It's 2:23 in the afternoon, and they're like, if you want some 519s, they'll be $4.22, please, sir. With an hour and a half left in the session. I'm like, gotta be fucking kidding me. What the fuck you thinking?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, that's the only thing. I suck at options. I'm not gonna lie. You know, it's like,
oh, dude, they're expensive at $1.50 right about now.
So, oh yeah, and
yeah, they would have been $14.50 though. So now I got my discount week. You just said.
My God, I have to look at something. What do we have?
I'm like, yeah, okay.
Well, tomorrow we got. There's not much. There's not much happening tomorrow.
Yeah, what do we got tomorrow? We got
A30 trade balances.
Yeah, I got trade balance, exports, imports, and Red Book year over year. RCM tip. The RCM tip stuff is big at 10:10 a.m. We got some stuff coming up, man. We got a little bit of vol. It's actually probably good for the market, though. Not bad.
Unemployment claims has my attention on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, claims on Thursday for U.S. claims at 8:30 on Thursday. We got nothing on Friday. Nothing big on Monday the 12th either. PPI month over month is next the 13th of August.
Yeah, let's see. Well, there's not much happening here at the moment, but
nothing crazy.
We'll take it, and then you know I'll keep posting into the Discord because you'll see me posting the same damn thing every day. You know where my foundation is just laid on the midnight open and on the Asia ranges, and then I'll wait for a breach of either of those ranges to occur during London. And if we break back down on the 15-minute chart within that range, I will target the opposite side of whatever Asia left behind. And a lot of times it's like 20 points. And the areas where I'll scale out are, for example, the mid of that range and the midnight open. And if there's a big price value gap, for example, on the hour chart or on a 4-hour chart, for example, I will close it out.
If you are looking to find out more about David, he has his own channels inside the Discord. He has his own indicators. He's a mentor, and he's going to actually start here, I think, possibly soon, being a more involved mentor for members. So if you're looking for him and his stuff, you can always find him inside of our Discord. We also have a Discord-only thing where you can join the Discord on the Trade the Trigger website. What else was I going to say here was...
I'll try to start streaming a bit more in the Discord itself during the London session, but I know most of you guys are asleep, right? So it's tough to be awake at those hours. You know, I prefer to trade those sessions because they're a little more
predictable.
Yeah, and because it's like clear when something breaks down, you know, you can just target the opposite direction, and it's quite easy to do. And
I like how we meet up every night when I'm posting the brief.
Yeah,
it's like one's checking out, and the other one's checking in.
Yeah, like I usually wake up my time, or because like for me, your midnight is my 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So I usually go to bed like your time, 4 o'clock. So
that's what I'm always afraid to have you on, because I know you're like I'm either breaking into or going out to dinner or trying to fucking relax before you have to get back up. And it's already running late right now, man. It's 2:27 in the afternoon, brother.
Oh no, okay. Like you know, for me it's 8:30 right now. So, and like usually I put on a trade because I cook my dinner for my family around, yeah, let's say 5 o'clock. I eat dinner pretty early because I want to be ready for my golden nugget most of the time, right? So I put on a trade and start cooking and let it run for 30 minutes, and then I close it out, and then most of the time take the opposite direction at that time, and depending on the setup that's presented itself. And then, you know, most of the time I'm done. And then, to be honest, like sometimes I like to wait until the final hour to see where they're going to end up. And in certain conditions, I will buy a close and to hold it overnight during the Asian session and put a tight stop underneath it if they sell it down violently to the downside, because we get a drift up at least like 50, 60 points or something like that back on the way up, you know? So I'm starting to trade a bit more with SPX options. I've been doing it more than I have been in the past month, and made some good money with it. And actually the risk is quite defined, you know, in that sense. So look, what's unfolding right now, I'm on alert at the moment. So I'm going to wait to see if we're going to break out a new high.
I'm trying to. I've got some call spreads now. I have to close some spreads right now, or I got to close the sold call side right now. I just need a moment here.
Yeah.
Continue.
Yeah. So in this case, I like to see a new high being made and break out above and leave a gap behind. And when that happens, depending on how high they went, I will look to enter into position. So I'm going to be looking for something like this to occur. And it can drop down a little bit lower, like this. However, I'd like to see the 5-minute close, preferably above here. And we'll just wait, see what happens. We need the candle to close. We still got 5 minutes left. You can go to a lower time frame to see if something like that is happening. And it looks a little bit distorted, but sometimes you can find the clues on the 1-minute chart also. Now, let's say if I was aggressive and I was watching the 1-minute chart in this case, right? I most likely would have bought right here in this case, where I drew this green box. Where would I target to? Is this zone right here. And I would have been scaling out at this point here. And why is that? Is because we breached the back above this swing right here under 1 minute, and we created a fair value gap. And notice how we wicked into it, but no bodies were closed underneath it. Now, talking about the aggressive form, how I trade, like these setups, they happen like every hour, you know, and I really don't care if we're going to go to the high or not. And even with this trade here, if I would have taken this stop right here, mind you, I usually trade between 1 and 5 contracts, and depending on how much risk I want to take on these things. But like, if you're able to grab these low hanging fruits and just target these areas here where you know price can initially start to reject, right here. Let's put it here. This trade would have given you $2,900, for example. Now I don't need to go out here. I usually get out of my position at the body close up here. Can I leave runners on? Sure. If I would have put on a 5 lot, for example, I would have taken 3 off, banked the money, and let it run. And leave the stop there. If I get stopped out, fine, no worries, because I already made my money that I needed to make. So, you know, that's the important thing that I think it should be important for any trader to be doing, is like look for these low hanging fruits and just target these swing highs and lows. Because if you manage to identify them a few times a day, and you take those 2-3 trades a day, and just, you know, grab your money and run, you should be pretty, you know, you should be doing good, doing better than the rest. Let's see how this unfolds. Because look, we were looking at this at on the 5-minute chart, right? And I wanted to see it close above this one. You'll get a second chance to enter it. However, I'm already seeing that it's not meeting my criteria, how I wanted to enter in this trade. So what would I need to see else for that to occur? If I see a 5-minute closure back above it, this would confirm my thesis that we would continue up to these, and then potentially still hit these highs up here.
Also note that if there is any blood into this close right here, gang, that we have a little bit of possible blood into end of day, but don't forget there's a big gap to close on VIX 9-day at 23.27. Might not happen until tomorrow.
Were there any other questions in the Discord by any chance? I didn't
check right now. Any more questions? Try to keep the politics talk right now in the Discord market chat into the risk off channel if you could. If you have any questions, in the Discord really quick before David exits the stream here, any other questions for him? Can David go over the times of day he looks at again, please?
Yeah, sure.
Just a quick overview of like times of day where you're looking for rejections or fake outs or buys.
Okay, so
just a brief just a top line view.
Yeah, it's quite simple. The Asia session starts at 8 p.m. New York time, and for me ends at midnight. So I mark those highs and those lows based on that, because at some point in London, we should trade back to the zone where the Asia high or low was. Now, what happened this morning? We fell short of it a little bit. However, there was a fair value gap that was created where we traded into, for example. So that is a place to short because we broke out of this Asian range. And at London, I was expecting it to trade back. So the London session for me starts around 2 a.m. and it ends at 11. If I'm long into anything, I most of the time close my position around 10 o'clock, 10:30, my time. So that's 4:30 your time. Because then the volume dies out, and then we most of the time drift either up or down, whichever configuration we might be in, is what we'll do. And in this case, the volume has stopped trading, and then at 5 a.m., we start to chop around. Most of the time I'm at the gym at that time. And then the New York session for me starts at 7 a.m. And I look for basically equal highs or equal lows that have been formed in that first 30 minutes. And if we trade away from it, then during the New York Open, I will trade back towards whichever position they left behind. So in this case, I will long it to the high that was left right here.
Do you what percentage of your account do you trade, David? And also, how many trades a day do you sometimes take on average?
A lot. Yeah, but it depends how tired I am or how much I see it. And I flip around between multiple accounts. So if I feel comfortable taking a bigger position or into anything, I'll trade my regular brokerage accounts. And I also have a few top step accounts that I trade off from.
You paper trade too, right?
It's not paper trade. Yeah, well, I paper trade also Bitcoin over the weekends, especially.
Yeah.
And sometimes I paper trade just like regular things, and I don't. Like I treat my paper the same way I treat my real account in that sense, except for when I'm trying a specific strategy.
Yeah.
Sense, but like like my top step account, that's the hardest thing to trade, to be honest, because you have to trade like micro sometimes on that because the volatility is so extreme. And by the time, especially on NASDAQ, if you get a drawdown of like 20 points, they can stop you out for the rest of the day, so you can't trade because you reach your daily loss limit or something like that. Now, I haven't reached that because I'll do everything in my power. Not like my job is to protect the capital as much as possible and not lose any, right? So if I get stopped out, I always work with really tight stops because if it fails, I'll just re-enter. Because in the past, I've lost a lot of money by adding to the position, and it never worked out for me in the end. Where it became profitable because in the end, I would just probably ended up exiting when I was at break even or something like that.
Are you do you look at wick only gaps too or no?
What do you mean with that?
My assumption is that the question has to do with like pivot points, like intraday mini pivot points on like the wick gaps. So like we know we've got like actual gaps, then we've got the high lows on opening and closing sessions. Do you take into account, let's say, like an intraday 5-minute chart wick on a low? Does it get broken, or is that a return to the scene of that wick?
Look, I'll show you if you can see my chart right now, you'll see how I have 3 different time frames open.
Yeah, do you watch the hourly wicks? Do you watching 5-minute, 15-minute wicks, 4-hour wicks? On an intraday basis, I guess, at least.
Because I also look on the weekly to see what has happened, right? So, and the reason why, part of the thesis why I think we were going to go up is because like I look for displacement candles where price hasn't been traded back into it. Because like I said earlier in the beginning, is like I look for imbalances to be rebalanced and to take out previous highs or lows. So the open, high, low, close, and inefficiencies to be rebalanced. So I start off with the weekly chart, And that's where it gets messy, because I look from wick to wick where there's room left, where we need something to get filled. As you can see on the weekly, we had left one behind on the 16th of January 2024, and we traded back into that area on the 15th of April. Now we wicked again to that same area. Now, and the reason why I was looking at NASDAQ to go long is because we almost took out those lows from the 15th of April that week. So I still expect them to take that out at some point. Will that happen today? I'm not sure, and it doesn't really matter to me, but I do want to see the reaction from it in that sense.
Yeah.
Like at 2 p.m., I was looking for shorts basically. However, it didn't get to the area that I wanted to short from. So, I missed that trade. So I moved from the weekly to the daily, and I look to see where they have a gap left on the daily chart. And those are marked with the indicator that I have here with fair value gaps, where I think price will gravitate towards to or from. Now the gap up here, these are imbalances. I also mark them out typically, but that's the gap we had left over from last night. Will we fill it tonight? I don't know. I'm not sure, and it doesn't really matter. But we'll when will I start making that turn? This is when I see them breach and make a new high again on that thing. And I basically work myself back on the time frames, because in the end you will see concurrence on those time frames. So let's go to the hourly chart. You'll see the bottom right one. There is this inefficiency that is right here, which was my short target if I wanted to go short to trade back towards. See the red box that I'm drawing here?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Now let's go on that same chart to the 15-minute chart and see if we have any
confluences to there. And we can refine it, how far they will go down in that sense. Now, we can already see that on the top of the box, we have those relatively equal lows right here, which are begging for me to be taken out in that sense. If you were long and they wanted to continue up, they will take out those stops. So, and next to that, there is a box right here that we can take into account, and I'll make that one green, and I'll name it the 15-minute fair value gap, for example. See here, I will name this one the 1 hour fair value gap. So we got two areas of importance. So I'm looking for price to trade back into it here. Now, we have a swing low and a swing high, which I also take into account. It's right here, right here. If I wanted to long, this is also a buy zone that I want to maybe participate in from. To take it long. And where would the target be? Is back into this zone up here. Yeah, I've got like Qs I've got going down right now to like 428.52 for the next long on Qs.
Let me put Q.
I think on SPY it's 511.03, somewhere in there.
Yeah, so I'm looking at 429 to trade towards soon.
Yeah, it's about where I'm at. Well, the high end would be 430.
155 approximately.
Yeah, somewhere in there, and then I've got maybe a dip, maybe a wick below it to that 420. I'm gonna go back to it and see it really quick. Here, I'm just gonna switch over briefly, David. If you guys are trading Qs out there, bottom right, so right down here. If you guys have these charts from last night from me, this is the chart from last night. I've got the target only here. I don't have it down here. They did get the low pin, but they didn't breach. They didn't breach this fucking thing, which is positive to see. Notice how they didn't take it to the tick down there. If you can see it at home, but I am looking for that pull down right here to take that long right there. It's just a heads up if you're trading Qs at least.
Now these zones, right? Can they fill? Yes, they can. So I'm always aware that we can trade towards or through them. So I will look for these reversal patterns to emerge from them before I even consider it. It's not like when we trade into it, I will buy the bottom tick unless certain conditions are met where I know for certain that we're going to make a bounce off there. And that depends, because there are a few other things that are also at play here that I want to take into account, which is that down close candle on the 1 hour chart, for example, which is also fine to trade towards too before we go up. And then I refine those on the 15-minute chart, which was already done. But we left this area unbalanced or like unchecked in that sense. But I'm not liking this reversal right here. So I would stay away from the longs unless like a pattern emerges from this. Like I said, at 2 p.m. I wanted to short it. And basically I will be targeting that 432 with the shorts.
Are you taking into consideration, David, ADRs, like American deposit receipts, or no?
No, the only ADRs I'm taking into account are average daily ranges. So I look at the average daily range for the past 5 days, and I look for sell zones that I create daily on them on the futures.
You're executing trades through IBK, or is it? Are you using TradeStat? What are you using? Are you trading through TradingView or no?
Yeah, sometimes.
How are you liking it?
I use TradeOvate on TradingView.
Yeah, you use TradeOvate on TradingView.
And sometimes I connect my IBKR maybe once a week onto TradingView because that gives me the free data in that sense. What I don't like about it is that like on the paper trading side, you're able to like move your stop orders easily. But as soon as you trade on interactive brokers or on TradeOvate, you need to manually place those orders in, which is the way I trade. Sometimes it can be a pain. And the system that I love trading on is well, you know, in IBKR desktop, I can just, or not desktop, TWS, Trader Workstation. It's quite easy because I have these hotkeys on a Stream Deck that I just press, and they're connected to that. So I can just put in the orders in really quickly and put my stop orders wherever I want, where my mouse puts it, you know? And you can't do that on TradingView.
Hold on, I got some other questions here. Joe Beliak, thank you for responding to AV. Hold on here. Sam is rephrasing his question, but I'm going to move on to a couple others.
Okay, no worries.
Do you pay attention to volume?
No.
I mean, sometimes I will, but not that often, man. Like I do it, it's like a fourth tier, like a fourth. I don't either. I know some people do. Like sometimes I'll check it. Do you check it up? Do you ever check volume or never?
Never.
Yeah, sometimes I forget a lot to even check it.
I used to be like a volume profile trader, and I completely let go of it.
Me too, dude.
It's like the candles tell you everything you need, right? So
yeah,
there's a high, there's a low, there's an open, and there's a close. As long as we do not break above a previous high, we're not going up. So it's simple as that.
I might get my call discounts for tomorrow here.
If you do not manage to close above a previous wick, we're not going up. And that's fractal on all time frame. And you can have a ton of volume, but you know,
I think some people use it for like. There's a weird thing with volume, dude. Like,
no, because in the London session, there's no way you can trade on volume. You know?
No,
there's no liquidity in there. So it doesn't make any sense. There's just no way of like, what's the threshold then? You know?
I don't know. Maybe the hockey stick save that everybody says is the Fed late night.
Yeah, and the
turn on the printer,
right? So let's say like today they only need maybe 10 contracts to move price 20 points, and then the next day they need 1,000 contracts to move price 20 points. And how do you know which day you need to do what? Like, it's just too much work. And the candles just, it's telling you what it's going to do. You know, wait for the setup to unfold. And, you know, we break back above, and if a value gets created, wait for the imbalance that needs rebalancing and enter in that. That's it.
There are like idioms in the U.S. market where they can kind of work. Like there's some of them, the idioms in the U.S. market I don't quite understand. Like people be like, or specifically they're like, if there's volume, it implies that there's a turn higher, right?
Yeah.
Let's say we're on a low bottom and you see volume come into the market. It should mark some kind of a bottom. But what happens is I find that traders then say, well, if that's the case, then as long as we have volume, the market goes up. And I've never found that to be true. I have always found the biggest upside moves are always on low volume days.
Exactly.
In the market, yeah, market can be manipulated, of course. So it doesn't really work. For me at least. What else have I heard people say with like volume? There's some other idioms that Americans use, especially in the American cash market. I guess that really does make a difference to some extent in like low float stuff, but I've been burned on those too. I bought RGF on high volume buying from insiders, and then 2 days it came out that insiders are buying, like the corporate or the corporate suite was buying them for this company, but then like 2 weeks later they dumped them, and I got fucking trapped anyways. I don't check, and I realize like volume profile, you can see the icebergs and all that kind of shit, but market profile, volume profile, but I've gotten fucked so many times.
Yeah, but look, I'm a book map. I used to be like a heavy book map user and trader. I've had it like, you know, when we started trading, I was trading with book map. You know, that's how we started, right? With that.
Yeah.
It's the best thing I've done is getting rid of that, because it's just so much noise. I mean, it's just because you see these bubbles happening and you see these sell orders coming in and these buy orders coming in, and it's just like, okay, what do you do with it? You know?
I turned it all off. I only use it now for like just to know where volume is, and then if liquidity leaves the market with the black screens, that's it.
And I'm not on hedge funds. If I see an iceberg order of 1,000 orders coming in at a specific price level, you know, they can be wrong for 50 points.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the appetite to be
Nope.
on that. So, you know, might as well get rid of it, because it's not realistic for me to be trading with that information, even though I know a turn can be imminent. But in the end, the candlestick will tell you what's going to happen. I mean, look what's happening now, right? This is like one of the setups that I like. Look,
I'm watching right now. Dude, I'm trying to put a trade on right now, and I've been waiting for the past fucking hour.
so you notice how we didn't see that happening before, how we have this fair value gap being created right here. So I have to be open to be looking for longs, whatever your risk may be. You know, I'll start looking for it.
I'm looking. I got a tag right now, brother. I'm looking. Birdie over here.
You see, I'm not like, I don't like to trade before 9 o'clock, because the thing is that like a lot of times they'll push it up and then retest it back down.
No, they push it up, dude. Then they fucking shank it at like 3:45, and then you got to re-enter at the fucking close. It's a shit show, and we're likely gonna try. There's a fair possibility here of hit or getting near that gap again, and then they drop it one more time.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of manipulation right into this close right now coming up. I'm just gonna wait down below at 5. I'm looking for 5 at home. If you're wondering at home, currently I'm looking for 5:10.52, somewhere in there. I can't enter. I just need like a really fast bloodbath, either now or at the bell. I'm not paying $4 for fucking 0 dates for tomorrow. Oh, for 1 dates right now, but for 0 dates tomorrow. I'm not willing to put the money out for that. No fucking way.
And what in your experience, when the calls are expensive, how do you interpret that?
So for myself, like trading it 100 times, they're overpriced.
Okay.
And I'm always looking for like you say, right? I'm always looking for a discount, especially on calls. People get weird too. They'll answer me like, well, what does it matter if you're paying $5 or $1 or 50 cents? if you're going to expend, let's say, $1,000 or $5,000, that doesn't really matter if you buy less calls or not. And the amount of money that I spend doesn't matter as much as the price per contract, because I'll watch the value of a contract in an intraday basis go up and down. And there's an average what you should be expecting to pay on zeros and one dates. Like, and especially, there's no intrinsic value in these things. So there being no intrinsic value on a 0 or a 1 date, I know that the price is fake, right? Price is fake. So like right now, an example, earlier there was another one of 518s, I think, were priced at, they were in the money earlier, or just under being in the money. They were like $4.35. On a normal day, they'd be worth $1.50, maybe $2, and that's like the average. So on a day like today, I know that the implication is we're going higher. I would raise the premium for you thinking we're going, this must be bottom, and we must be going up. And I'd rope you in and force you to buy 2-3 times so that I can hand my bags off to you as a dealer if I own those fucking things, and I'm going to sell them to you. So for me, at least, I'm always looking for a deal. And if there's too much of a deal and an in-the-money call or even 30 Delta call for tomorrow or even for today, and this is the other part too, whatever the opening price is on, let's say we're going up or down, like a 0 to 8 starts at 20 cents, and the people start chasing that 20 cents. I'm like, well, I know where they're in, or everybody's in at 20. So if we're going to 30, then back down to 21, then up to 32, then down to 22. And if we're still going higher, I can kind of track where the discount is, just like you on time frame. What I should be paying throughout the day, and if it's a trend up or trend down day. This works on puts as well. So even right now, I'm looking at calls, and they're burning the calls right now, the call chain right now even more.
Because like, that's a lot of times, like, I was showing you the 1 minute chart, and that is why I always use this 3-frame thing, because then I see it at a change. I look for a change on the 1 minute, and it's not there yet, because like if you look on the 5 minute, it's crystal clear. We're still on our way down, and there's no confirmation yet. Like
we're trading basically 516. Like, what did a 516 cost this morning at 9:30 exact 9:32 this morning? What did a 516 cost plus theta burn for, let's say, a 516 for tomorrow? What was that trading at 9:30 this morning? They stole all the value out of it in the trade higher to the half an hour trigger, daily or half an hour hourly trigger zone, and now we're coming back down to the close. We got theta burn on those same fucking calls. You can look at charts for this on Thinkorswim too. You can actually chart out the life of an option, and whether they're in an overall decline. There's like a, I don't know, like watch my cursor over here if you can see this at home, but like, let's say this is a 1 date call and it's declining in value into tomorrow, let's say, right across the screen. You'll also see, as it declines with that theta burn, a rise and fall in the value of that ticker. Sometimes it reverses to the upside, but generally speaking, even if it does reverse to the upside, as it starts to fall down again, I'm looking for that prior, or the day I'm on, if it's tomorrow call, when is it going to be cheap again? And there's some general like rules of thumb in this stuff. And if they really stretch price down or up, if it's, in this case, it was down into the close. So it's like right now, it's what, we're coming into the 3 o'clock hour. I want to get those calls as cheap as possible, like a 30 Delta 0 day for tomorrow. I literally want to pay like 30 fucking cents, 50 cents at max in general. It's like a rule of thumb. It's not guaranteed because, we had price action that set us down depths of hell. I get it that they're on discount from $15, but it's still this like general rule of thumb. It's the same thing, and it's the same thing, just it's price instead of time on a chart.
Yeah, because what I used to do in the past is look for in the money options a little bit that were priced around $15 before market would open on SPX, and then I would set an alert when they would trade back to 5.
Yeah.
And like trade the option chart itself, not like SPX, but just wait for the premium to get back to.
Yeah, I trade the option chart a lot too, brother.
Yeah, where I'm able to get that $5, for example, you know, because I don't care where SPX goes to, as long as I get that premium from, let's say $5-10, for example.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's a completely different strategy, you know.
Well, it usually matches up though. It usually matches right up to, or if you can get that discount, it usually matches up right to the chart where, like the dip should be bought, even if it fails.
Correct.
That was the thing too the other day with my call spreads. I'm like, this is where you buy the dip. I know I probably shouldn't be. I like to stick with my rules. That's probably something for you out there too. I wanted to say this on stream or in a market brief at some point, and never did. Which is, I think I've said it indirectly. I said to you guys last night in the market brief, I showed you that we've had this year alone 5 pullbacks of 6 to 10% in this run from October, not this year, but in the run from October. And had you bought those dips, you'd be up 78% in the S&P 500 complex. So if you're like a swing trader, you would be up this year stupid if you were just buying the underlying, just buying SPY, not even options. Forget swings or spreads or anything. And the deeper thing about this is, or the deeper message here is, if your rules for you, whether it's David with his rules or me with my rules, you may ask people like me, why is he buying a dip when he shouldn't be right now? The rules that I use for myself and the rules that David uses for himself, and you should be, if you're generally speaking a winning trader, whenever bad shit happens or goes against your thesis, forget thesis, but your trading rules, you are going to lose a few. You're going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4. But the real danger is you can begin to adjust your trading rules based upon 1, 2, 3 losses, even if they're in a row, because you're like, oh shit, what's wrong? What's changed? Is it me or is it the market or what is it? Sometimes it's the market, but oftentimes it's not. And you can begin to alter your trading rules, and you begin to have more failures. That's bad. That's worse than you took an L or 2 L's or 3 L's. When you begin to alter your own trading rules, when you're just having a cluster of losses or 1 loss or 2 losses or whatever that may be. And be careful of that. It's easy as an investor or a trader to consistently be winning over time and then go, oh, maybe I'm doing something wrong here. You make adjustments, and your old rules would have worked the next 3, 4, 5 trades instead of the 2 or 3 that you lost in a row. So just how probability works and averages works. Like you might roll a snake eyes once, right, every 10 rolls of a dice, and then you do 3 snake eyes in a row, and you go, wait a minute, I'm doing something wrong here, right? And you actually are not. There's just a chance of you rolling those 3 snake eyes in a row at some point in your trading. It can become very dangerous, and you begin to alter your own rule sets, and you start to become an unknown trader at that point, right? You're like you've made some changes that you don't actually now know the averages of. That's very dangerous to a trader. I don't know if am I making sense saying that, David, or no?
Yeah, no, it does. It's like get blindsided quite quickly about things.
Right. Well, that's what my fear was heading into the weekend, and then this Monday morning was that it's the same thing with like panic selling or doom scrolling or drinking the Kool-Aid or any of those things.
Yeah. So like, for example, like I told you, I don't like entering the trade before 9 a.m., for example.
Yeah.
And you see how there's a little like a change of character, how this occurred, right?
Mm-hmm.
Got the lower end. And, I'll just wait for confirmation to enter. So I'll post it into the Discord.
Like David, dude, I'm reading news on the wire right now, come across, and I'm like, It's like full tilt bullshit coming out of Bloomberg right now. Like they tried to talk shit about Nvidia earlier. Now they're talking shit about Google. It's like, oh, we're gonna drop this news right now. Like I'm just like, the fuck are you doing? Like you tell me the news and I'll tell you where we are in the market, kind of a thing.
Yeah, exactly. But that's how the game is played, right?
Yeah, dude.
Where we went out. But like in the end, the setup is it presents itself, and there's money to be made as long as you go for those low hanging fruits that keep presenting themselves. And as long as you do that, you shouldn't like I said, don't aim for those highs. What is reachable and what is most likely to get hit. And I know a lot of people are unable to scalp, but if you do the work and you study the price action and the behavior, there's money to be made
100%.
On that.
And exhibit patience too.
Yeah, and if you're able to grab those 5 points from ES on a day basis, okay, start off with a micro in that case on futures, but once you've become consistent and you've proven to yourself that you're able to do it, you keep upsizing it with the profits that you've made from it. And then you go from 1 to 2 and from 2 to 3 and to 5, and then things add up.
Hold on here.
Now, what are signatures that I look for each hour, right? Every hour opens up. You have an opening price of a specific hour or a 50-minute or whatever. Whatever that opening price is, a lot of times they will run price up to the opposite direction of what the actual move will be, right? So let's say we open up at 8 o'clock and they start moving price down. I prefer to do that with the 4-hour candles. And I'm going to show you a 4-hour chart, for example, on how they do it. So whenever they open up a candle and they do not leave a wick behind, I will use that opening price as a target to run towards to. So for example, if they open up a 4-hour candle and they do not leave a wick behind, there are a few signatures that I look for. If they open higher than what they close in the previous candle, most of the time I'm bearish. And if they open up lower than what the close was of the previous candle, such as this one right here at the low, I will be looking for longs. And I would like to trade back up to the opening price of the previous 4-hour candle. So in this case here, how we opened up at 2 a.m. this morning, we opened up actually lower than what the previous one closed. So I'm retargeting that high of that 4-hour candle. Now you can do that fractally as well. You can do that on a 1-hour chart. You will see the same type of behavior. So in the London session at 2 a.m., the opening candle was actually lower than what the previous close was. And I'll point it out to you guys here, right here. See this? And how the next hour opened up lower. I'm targeting these right here. And that's how I determine my bias on a session or on a day. It happens fractally on a daily, and it happens on almost every time frame. Now, when we come and look at reversals, for example, you see them happening at the highs also. So even though it didn't happen here, this one was screwed up, okay? But at a certain point, when you get a market structure shift, you still get your chance to enter. Now, if you go to the lower time frames, on that high, on the 1-minute chart, you will see that the reversal candle opened higher than what the previous one closed, which for me is a warning sign to get the fuck out. And I close my longs. Notice how the close of this up close candle was here, and the open was here. And a lot of times that for me, it's down. And you will see it on all time frames. Also at lows, a lot of times. You see it here, and this one here.
Oh, I love those fucking wicks, dude. I fucking love them.
And the low that happened here as well. The close was right here. They opened up lower, which for me is a bullish sign to go up.
Super fucking bull, dude.
Okay, now for this, for the high, for now, unless I see a change in character in that way, I'm not seeing it yet. We had it here.
You had it in session.
Right here is here. But then again, we got reversed immediately right here.
I'm hoping they do that manipulation into the close. They grab that, see that higher
Yeah.
low there or that 930 candle. But there is one more candle at that 514, that 1030 candle. We're coming into it right now.
Yeah, I only look for them at swing lows and swing highs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, the reason why we rejected, like if you go on a 5-minute chart, it's quite simple because you have a fair value gap that was created here, and but we closed back above it. So, you know, there's a lot of fuckery happening around 9 o'clock in that sense. And is it worth taking along? Yeah, you could. But, you know, chances are you're probably going to get stopped out for it. And, you know, are we going to trade back up to these equal highs? Most likely, yeah. That would be my bias. But we would just need to wait, you know? And that's the issue about the last hour, because we know when the algos turn on at 50, at 350, I think your time. There's just going to be this one giant wick, which is going to take out whichever side they're not going to take, right?
Yeah, and sweep that, even if it's bullshit candle, like,
yeah.
Why did it go down there for that 1 second for me to buy fucking calls?
To take your stop.
That's why.
And then you have this nice Robinhood manipulation thing happening now, where they
That's wild, dude.
Hours. That's crazy shit, you know?
That's some crazy ass shit, man.
Yeah.
Or the impact that they have on the market until they pull it off.
Yeah. Exactly. So, you know, those are those little signatures that I keep track of. Like, you know, at some point, you know, when people know the system and they, you know, like you were talking about me giving a mentorship, you know, but like, to be honest, I won't be able to give it to anyone that has just started trading. I can only do it to people that have been in business for a while. They
have to get familiar with it. They have to get familiar with the market. They need time in market.
Yeah, I just don't have the time to like learn or teach the basics. And there's plenty of free stuff out there where they can get that information from if they put in the dedication and the time and work to be able.
Well, they start asking shit too that it's like, do you care about this? Do you care about that? Do you care about? You're like, yeah, a little bit. Or I care enough, but not enough where I'm aware of it's there.
Look, I'm doing everything like for charity at the moment, right? Like I'm not asking anyone any money for anything, right? So it's like, but you know, my partner tells me also like your time is more valuable than that. There's no one that's able to pay you even for your
wisdom,
you know. So I'm going to be very picky on what I'm going to do and be selective in you know who to dedicate it. And I'm sorry to say, it's just not going to be able to do it for everyone. You know, I can help people improve what they are doing. We're
teaching patience. Like I'm looking right now, dude, at price action, and I'm like, you know, well, here, just like quickly. The thing that always frustrates me about youth is like, here. It's like this is what I'm watching here, and I want to buy some calls, right? It's pretty simple, basic concept, right? I want to buy some calls, and I want to buy them down here. That's where I want to buy them, right there. Let's say we bounce right here and start heading higher. You know, do you say to me, well, Cap, you know, you missed the trade? I'd rather miss the trade here like 10 times and catch the one down here that's kind of a sure thing. It's that simple, but it's hard to
yeah, because you see price move and you feel like you feel there's FOMO emotions coming up and everything else.
Yeah, just impatience. Like I'm just gonna buy that dip, and even if it bloods down here, this is where I'm comfortable with. I don't know. I get what you're saying, man.
Yeah, and that's why, you stay out, just operate in specific time windows. And then, like I said, I don't like entering before 9 o'clock because I know there's a lot of fuckery going around. And I'll just wait for sweeps to occur. And even though I
Oh,
see
love it.
things changing on the 1 minute, on the 5 minute, it's so tempting to get in, but it's not worth it. It's just, it will go against you a lot of times, 90% of the time. It will work out. And the weird thing about it, that one time it worked out, it's gonna encourage you to do it the next time again, right? But it's and that's the fucked up part about it, because psychologically you're in a war at some things, because something has worked out once, you think it's going to work out all the time.
Well, it's like what you're saying too, with the candle and not the wick. Like you get the wick down there, that's the opportunity, but the candle is where the real action is. So if you get that wick down below, if you can catch that, it's like lightning.
It's quite simple, it's like the wicks do the damage and the bodies tell the stories.
It's like lightning.
Yeah. So, as long as I do not see a fair value gap get created above a previous wick high or anything, I'm very cautious about entering anything. And like I said, like I was drawing it out, I saw something change. You see this engulfing candle going over the wick, but it didn't meet the criteria. It didn't break out above, and it didn't create that fair value gap that I wanted for it to be rebalanced where I could take the long from. So I stay out. And until I see that happening, well, okay, maybe I missed out on the first 50 points or 100 points on NASDAQ, but however, it will retrace back that 50 points at some point, and then you will get your entry. But that's the patience that you need to have.
Do you, so David, I want to thank you for being here and staying here as late as you already are at 3:17, my brother. Is there anyone out there, or do you guys want to just say thank you quickly to David AMS for his time here today? Maybe.
Or any questions?
Yeah, any questions for him today? Before we're gonna wrap up here. Let me see if I can delete all this stuff here. I got to do an update for tomorrow. No, hold on here. Okay, so the people are saying thank you too, much appreciated. Thank you, David. Learn every time you post something, David. What else we got here? Thanks for insights, friends. Boom, masterful. Ian saying I'm more patient than I've ever been. People are saying thank you to you all over the place, brother. I want to thank you specifically, David. And I'm gonna let you go so you can get some fucking sleep, man. We have some sort of a program coming out for David. Real short. I think this week I guess we're close. Where I've talked to Joe Donut about it. He said we're kind of close to this happening. But he's one of our mentors inside of our Discord and within our family. We've got multiple mentors, depending on what you trade, that we trust. These are trusted people. I trust David 1,000%. So if you want, you can always just hang out inside the stream or whatever, or check him out on. David, what's your? Do you want to tell people what your? You don't have to. I know you like keeping a low profile on Twitter, but do you want to tell people what your Twitter handle is, or no?
No, I don't use that stuff. I'm thinking about shutting that shit down because it influences my decision making a lot of times.
Yep.
Especially now with all this political crap coming up, it's not something I want to read. And it's the same thing this morning. All the shit that was being posted this morning about crashes, and how are you psychologically going to have to take a long based on all the crap that you're reading, right?
Yeah, dude.
So I don't need to look at that stuff anymore. And plus, next to that, I don't post anything hardly on there, and the times I do post something, it backfires. So it should. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Exactly, brother.
Find me on the Discord.
Okay, so if you guys have any questions, or I think we did all the questions. I want to say thank you, David, for joining us today. I'm going to give these guys an end of the day expectation. I really appreciate you coming on, my brother, and I'll catch up with you in the future. I want you to have a wonderful night, my man.
Thanks. Enjoy,
right, take-
guys. Be safe. Bye.
I love you, brother. Take it easy. Well, let's switch over. You guys are seeing me on. Go back to the main screen here. Let's go to the trigger screen really quick. Take a peek. Normally, I give these updates only for the Discord gang. I give you a preliminary expectation for tomorrow. I'm going to give you a preliminary hourly expectation for tomorrow for people watching the stream. And we're going to do a quick chat here and just, we're going to take a quick chat here. We got this little, let's take a peek. We got this little V, what we think is a V shape right here, right? And there can be this little roll down into the close here, right, for tomorrow. And we still have this gap, at least this gap left behind. Just going to leave that one like right here, okay? Bam. And we're also going to take a quick peek at this little zone right here where these little sellers are trying this little group of sellers right here. This was the initial sell down. Remember, these people sold. Oof. We're in negative gamma, right? So they tried to slam this. We should change the color of this so you can see it. Just like they pushed, right? They were pushed higher, and they got their move down, right? So we know that they were instigating sells right there. They have the gap above to close. What I do want to show you here is this is valid, of course. Remember the wicks? I forget what he says. He uses this all the time. I don't use the terminology, but I get the terminology. But it's not, the story is not the wicks, basically, right? So this should be valid for tomorrow, as long as we don't break new lows, of course, right? Valid tomorrow. Let me turn this thing off back here. Hold on. Ah, shit. shit. Hold on a second here. Let me put this back up. Sorry, I've got some technical stuff going on in the background. We're going to take a quick peek at some velocity. See what it's telling us. Okay. So, right here, okay? So, some expectations for tomorrow. Expectations. We've got the V here. We got the high right here. I'm going to show you this little tick strike right here, right? Well, right there. You can see that prior high right there. Right? We've got the low up here to the high. Right up there like so. Tuesday, 6 a.m. Probably not that early. Where's 9:30? Are we on a 1 hour basis here? 9:30, 10 a.m., something like that. One, two, three. This is later in the morning. Maybe a tick right there. And I am interested in what happens thereafter if price can get above this this hourly trigger. Do we make some new highs? Maybe some upside continuation or Friday or some choppiness, and then a move higher up in here. But for tomorrow or right now, this is just preliminary. I don't want to see between now and 9 p.m. tonight. I don't want to see like after hour bloodbath shit like this get underneath here, because you know what that means, right? More lows to the downside. But preliminary heading into the close today. Expecting buyers, and this is what we're going to talk about real quick. Is this we're going to talk about real quick is the wick and the candle. I really don't give a fuck if we get a wick down here, but we have a body right here telling you that they're accumulating for that move higher here. So preliminary expectation, depending on the price that you want to pay. Into tomorrow, I am expecting that gap closure above, or at least an attempt at it up here. 529, price target 529. You might get the full close up here. It could be a pain in the ass. Some fighting down in here to close that up, and tomorrow maybe that's end of day or something like that. The close 531.31. Maybe slightly lower, 531.30. Something like that right there. 531.24, I guess. But I am looking for that three-leg move. You got one, two, and then push, finally get above. You can't see it because of that thing, but boom, 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 three thrusts. 1, 2, 3. And I don't care about a wick down into tomorrow. Now, are we done going down? Likely no. On a higher frame, probably likely no. Can we go lower in a lower frame? Yes, we can go down some more. But we've fulfilled at least for this Elliot wave corrective leg down. The 409 was the completion, and we are now looking for major new lows on some kind of a rejection up on high. That's probably up here somewhere. Hold on. It would be some kind of a failure in here, some kind of a failure in there if we're going to start that next corrective leg to the downside and things get ugly. But until I see something like this or some kind of a failure of these lows down below here, right? We just failed to get up there. It takes too much time to be up there, right? Like with too much fucking around in here. And the daily trigger makes its way lower. It connects with this stuff here. Yeah, we can just begin to talk about more downside. But for now, on a Monday, remember we also have Turnaround Tuesday. People like to call it some kind of an upside leg here. It's kind of a rejection middle of the week. Maybe by Thursday or Friday, possibly we'll be talking about this range up in here end of week. Could take it to next week, but we're probably done at this moment for at least volatility wise. And you know where it's invalid, which is below this original buy this morning. Tentatively bullish-ish in a short term. Even though I'm not bulled up, I don't think this is bottom. I have no conviction that this is bottom. Hang tight 1 second here. I'm getting rung up here in the background. I don't know what's going on here. Who this is? Oh, man. Oh, fuck. I'm back in the nuns. I'm back in the church group texts again, if you guys know who those people are. I have to send them. Last time I sent them a group picture of horse cocks. So somewhere in here, somewhere range bound in here, something like that. If maybe they stretch us down here for a minute. Whoop. You can check that as a dip buy if you really want to get a real low into this close. Maybe 510.96. If they get some manipulation going on into this close here, maybe you're like, oh yeah, Cap, I'm gonna be waiting for like, I don't know, 350 or something like that. There's some blood between here and the bell. You can catch that down below if you're really conservative. The dip buy might, let's see what that dip buy would be. So 2 points of interest. First point of interest for a long into the bell is right where we are. Right here at 515.35. And the next interest for a long into tomorrow would be somewhere 510.80. So 515.35 and 510.80. Into tomorrow. If we break that 510.80, that's the candle, right? Yeah, that's the candle. If we break below this green box, you can unfuck yourself and then look for that next trade at 510.80 down below. But tentatively, upside moves into the end of the bell today. And I'll post this inside of the Discord here. for you. And one more thing we'll take a quick peek at here. It's a 1 hour basis. We'll take a look here on the 30-minute basis. Just see if there's any reason why we should be scared. And we have a series of higher lows on. I mean, this is negative. This is bad for you. So don't be expecting, all-time fucking highs in this trade. You're going to be very limited in your upside. You're going to encounter resistance, pull back, fight it again, then drag your ass over it. I don't expect any moves above the daily trigger, but this is improving. The hourly velo on a 30-minute basis for an intraday trade. Your half-hour velo is improving. Your 15-minute right now is actually improving. So the next 15 minutes, you might get a nice pull higher, even though we might get a pullback at the end of the day on the 15-minute basis, and then continuation higher. After the close, you'll get a little bit of action, and then hopefully at least into the bell tomorrow, you should see some more upside action. Tentatively bullish into the close here. Tentatively bullish on the next 15 minutes here, too. From like now until like 3:45 or so. Some bullishness on the market on that basis. And looking for some highs tomorrow, Wednesday, 528 and change. 528 and change. Hourly basis, yeah, they're still buying down here. They're making the attempt right now to buy. We'll see if they get it. Main screen. Let's go to a 1 minute. And I'll show you where I'm at to buy. I'm looking to buy like any kind of blood down here. And how do I enter that trade, you might be asking. How am I entering that trade? We'll go back to the triggers. So let me show you how I execute these trades. I am looking for a cross. So I'm going to get rid of this now. Rid of that. For me to enter this trade, I'm looking for what? I'm looking for a 1 minute basis here. I would want to see price. If it was right now at this moment, let's say I'm going to take some calls in it tomorrow. First off, let's look at 4 p.m. 6 o'clock, 1600. Right there, 1600. Personally, I like to see price above the 1 and 5 minute trigger with a cross. So I would like to see a cross here first before I enter the trade, which we don't have, do we? We don't have that. We don't have that price action above, do we? We don't have the price action above the prior high. Sorry. This is the prior high right here. I would prefer to see the price action do what? Come above, tag the new high, back test, and then enter the trade, right? Like right there. Haven't seen it yet, have we? So if I'm not seeing that at this moment, I really don't. This is a 1 minute basis. We're not on an hourly candle here, are we? It was a very small time frame. So then what am I looking for if I haven't seen that? I'm going to look for a stretch to the downside. I'm hoping that if I can't see it on a 1 and 5 minute basis with that new prior high right here, right, what we just talked about, and I hope that I can get some stretch into the bell, right, some bleeding, and then buy those zero dates that I want dirt cheap. Make sense? So I'm still waiting now. Haven't seen the trade in front of me. Waiting for it. We'll watch it here in the last few minutes. We'll watch price action together. Sometimes it comes at the end of the day, like 3:59. Sometimes it comes at 4:15. Sometimes it goes without me being there. Sometimes I don't get the cross, right? I don't see the price action above, and it just runs away, and I get left behind. Oh, boo-hoo is me. So we'll see one or the other here into the close and see what happens there. Matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, or last week, I don't know, Wednesday or Thursday or something like that, I got left behind in a trade. I was on the open just going, fuck it, what am I going to do? I missed the trade to the upside into the bell. So we'll pay very close attention here. If you wanted a spread or something, this might be a good place to put one on where it's not going to hurt you if you make a trip lower into the close. You want to get a 1 day spread or something like that in tomorrow. Not financial advice, of course. Oh, God, I got to say that shit all day long, every day. Not financial advice. Not, this is what I would do. This is what I would do. And we'll pay very close attention, though, as things happen. And if I put a trade on, you'll know it in the Discord. I'll let you know what I'm taking. Premium is fucked up right now. They can get fucked on that shit. I ain't paying that price. Even if they leave me behind, I ain't paying it. Not for the risk to reward. Fuck no. They ain't sending those fucking calls from $4 to fucking 12 tomorrow, are they? I guarantee they don't. Guarantee they don't send those fucking things. 300% off $4 goddamn dollars. Tell me we're gonna go up on a $4 fucking 0 day tomorrow from $4 to $12. I want to fucking see it. Even if we do, I don't believe it most of the time. 99 out of 100 times that shit ain't happening. No, wait for a discount if I can get it. Yeah. I know volatility high, premiums high. Not for $4 fucking dollars. Make it sound like I've traded a volatile market. I'll show you. I'll show you. I ain't doing it. I ain't buying calls at that price. No fucking way. I want nobody wanting those goddamn calls. I want people crying. Oh, God, we're crashing again. Yeah. We take one fell swoop down here, and I'll show you 30-cent fucking 30 Delta calls. Fucking panic in the marketplace once again. Even if we go there, I don't care if we go up. I ain't paying for them. I fucking refuse. I want none of you interested in them. Nobody. I want people like scared. More scared, the better. What else do we have here? Let's check the. I'll talk to you guys really quickly about the Discord. I think on the Discord we have. I think the Discord alone every month is like $18 if you pay for the year. Let me show you guys some cool shit from the Discord. This is normally only included inside of like very expensive subscription plans and stuff. We've got some really neat tools in there. Let's see if I can show you guys that really quick here. Some cool stuff in our Discord. Let's go to the Discord. See if anybody else is out there buying calls right now. Let me show you guys something cool. So this is our Discord, and we've got these 3 channels here. We've got OpenBB. It's a premium bot. We've got also have Unusual Whales. We've got another Unusual Whales. Trady Ticks. We've got all the premium stuff in here. For just a basic supporter, or if you just want the Discord access to use the tools, stuff like that. Let's take a peek at Market Tide and Market Flow and see what's I'm way up here. Go way down here and run a couple of these. Looks like somebody's already in here messing around. Oh, hold on here. Looks like somebody's doing net flow already. We're just gonna take a quick peek. Right around 1 o'clock, we had call buying. People are still buying calls. They're pushing price down right now. This is net flow, and then we also have what else do we have? Market Tide right here. Click on this one, highlight it. So we can highlight that. We'll check Market Tide on Spoos really quick. See what's going on with this. Type that one in. Sector. Nope. We're just going to do Spoos. Market Tide. Yeah, there's a little bit of weakness here. It's falling off. Call premiums, okay. No decision here. Nothing that I can see here that says the tide's going up. Just a little bit of positivity here right now into the close, but nothing like drastic. And I don't like the daily call premium blasting down just yet. Not just yet. I'd like to see it on the rise here. And we're not seeing that. Look, I mean, we could be bottoming here, but it's improving. Just not quite yet. Not quite there. Well, I really want to buy that. My like, I don't know if it's my id, maybe it's my ego, wants to buy the fuck out of it right now. 3:40, 20 minutes left to the end of the day. I'm just going to be patient here. And also, there's a couple little things you're paying attention to. Any indication of bullishness. Little tag right here. And another one up here. If we see any indication of bullishness, we'll be looking for highs above these boxes right here. Always like drawing these zones out. And until I see price break above them, I'm looking for new lows. So we'll watch those above. See if there's any indication of new highs. I should be lower on that yellow thing. It should be right there. Oh. Sorry about that. See if we can stretch price down a little bit. That should be slightly higher too. It should be like right there. 510.96. I gave you guys some numbers earlier. I don't know if they're the same. Let's take a look at SPX Gamma 2. Parked right on support. Maybe you could go a little bit further down over here. Another little bar, another little area of interest here, 45 million. And get down there and scoop up some more buyers. And we'll leave this on as we get into the bell. Yeah, Discord's a weird thing. Like, Discord's fucking phenomenal. Someone just said I get lost in the Discord, but I'm a supporter because of liking what we do here and wants to support what we do. I'll tell you what, if you commit to learning about Discord, it's fucking awesome. It really is. Discord's fucking phenomenal. But you gotta like get into the swing of it. Like, you really gotta like meet people, make friends. I like Discord right now better than Reddit or Twitter. Discord communities are where it's at in my view. Some of the best community right now going on in social media and my take. Hands down. Especially right now. Dave was saying that about politics and the stock market, about Twitter. You know what happened to me last week? I made a couple posts, political posts on Twitter. And I got pigeonholed by the algorithms. They put me into a Democratic-leaning Twitter on Twitter last week. So, like, my feed was very, like, liberal. And I get enough of that Kool-Aid from Reddit. I don't mind being on Twitter, even though I'm a Democrat. I like hearing Republican voices, crazy people, the shit posting. That's why I stay on Twitter. For a lot of the reason why I stay on Twitter is because of that too, or at least for that side of social media. Like Reddit I'm a Democrat, right? Reddit is like garbage to me right now. It's like, oh, you want some Democrat Kool-Aid? Here, I'll just fucking pound it. And I can't afford, for the market, I can't afford that. Like, I can't afford to drink that Kool-Aid. So I consume it. It's there. Or I check Reddit every day. I go here and there. I really like the small subreddits right now on Reddit. Like the main page stuff, I can't deal with it. It's just like, too much. But Twitter becomes like that politically for me too. Like Twitter is it's hard sometimes to stay on Twitter. But if I think about like Twitter, Discord, and Reddit, like the three of them combined, the three main ones, Discord's like where it's fucking at. I can talk to people that have different opinions, or bears. I can talk to bears, sellers, doom bears. I can talk to them on Discord. Politics. I can talk politics on Discord with people that are rational. So if you find it hard, Discord hard, I would say give it another chance. Or it takes work to be integrated in Discord. It's a fucking blast. You can find lifelong friends there too in real life friends, just like Twitter can be like that too. Reddit, I've had a mixed bag finding real life friends. I found most of the scams, like in real life scams, on Reddit of all places. I found more in real life scams on Reddit than Twitter. There's a lot of scammers on Twitter or spam and shit, but not anything that's ever directly involved me. Where like I've been scammed from a bot or anything on Twitter. I've been scammed on Reddit. I have been scammed. There seems to be a level of distrust on Reddit too, that you're a real person in real life. I don't know if that any guys encounter that. And there seems to be more trust in who people are on Discord. That's a real person that I'm talking to. You guys ever encounter that? I don't know. But Discord's up where it's at for me today. If there was like a place, Discord is where it's at. And it doesn't have to be what you like or anything either. You can just talk. If you're like a Republican, you can find Republican Discords. If you're interested in like dirt biking or picking your nose or, I don't know, cleaning your toilet more than 10 times a day, I'm sure there's a Discord for it. If you play a video game, your favorite video game, Dungeons and Dragons, whatever that is, at least for scale social media. Sometimes I've said that I wish that Discord would do like a main page where you could find new Discords and stuff. But as time passes, I hope they don't. I think it could ruin something good. And it sucks when you ruin something good. I'm like I'm old. I've seen like social media come and go over the years and decades, or like the golden ages of social media sites. Discord's in one of their golden ages. I don't know what part of their golden age they're in, but I know they're in one. Hey, David, thanks, brother. David's, I got to say thank you to David. I love you, brother. Discord's kind of cool. It really is. Okay. What strike? I change. Like, I'll start at a strike. I usually look for a 30 delta. If we move lower, I'll look for whatever the 30 delta is on the reversal to the upside. But I watch the chain all day long, all day long, all day long. I got the chain open on whatever I'm trading. And I don't like, personally, a lot of my worst trades are on chains that I'm not familiar with. But I always try to keep a chain open for a period of time if possible. I keep SPY open. Some people like trading NQ. Oh, yeah. Oh, give me that doom, baby. Give me that doom. Where's my target for tomorrow, right? What did I say my target was? I didn't delete that shit yet, did I? Did I delete that stuff? Like 526. Where's the gap? 531 is the gap. Woo! Give me some cheap calls, baby. $531s. Woo! 0.06 deltas. They cost 25 cents. Woohoo! Dirt cheap. It's a long way away, huh? From here to here. They're telling you we're not going there, Cap. You're not closing the gap tomorrow, Cap. For a 26 cents bet for tomorrow. Pretty cheap, right? Pretty cheap bet for tomorrow, right? 515. Juicy. Juicy. Make them even juicier. 531. If they don't do that until the bell tomorrow. Let's see what we got here. Where's that fucking gap at? 531.24. I don't need to hold them all day, do I? I just need people to think we're going there, don't I? Hey, wait for me. Don't fucking squeeze yet, asshole. Hey! Fuck your green bar. Oh, you cocksucker. Trying to get long right now, and it's green barring on me. Don't even do this. All right, there we go. I am long for tomorrow. All right. Woo. Oh, shit. I forgot to do add everyone. Now print me 500%. Now print me 25% or 500% for tomorrow. Feeling good right here. Oh no, Palantir earnings for tomorrow? All right, let's take a look at Palantir. Sorry about that. Palantir earnings. Oh boy, this is the Palantir that they like to get new lows on. PLTR. Palantir earnings. Oh man. Did they bring us back to what we wanted down here? Oh. They finally brought us back. Hold on. Let's look at Palantir earnings. God damn it. You guys tricked me into think we're going higher here. I wanted Palantir to come back to what? What did I want Palantir to trade? Yeah, I wanted this. No, where did I want Palantir at? I think it was it $13 or something? Yeah, I wanted $17. We're still not there yet on Palantir. PLTR. Let's take a look at PLTR. Palantir. Oh god. Oh, we're gonna return all this bullshit, aren't we? Return all that move. You don't want to return all that move. Palantir. 30-minute basis. Where's velocity? Velocity on Palantir. It's bearish, dudes. It really, well, it's not that bearish. Palantir. Some new lows on, oh, wait a minute. On here. It's bearish. It is. It's bearish. It's bullish on the hourly. I'll give you that. On its daily, it doesn't look. It looks like garbage. I'll be honest. It looks like garbage on the daily. Like off the cuff. Off the cuff, Palantir. Please don't. This is not financial advice. Like a last 5-minute trade. PLTR. Trades higher on their bell, but I'd be taking the money and running. I'm going to guess here that there's panic at the disco in the market, and any upside move is going to get sold. And you're going to get a fuck ton of supply from these bulls right here. I think unless they come up with something special that's unknown, any positive, I expect positive, I should say, on Palantir's report. I think you're going to encounter selling into this in a hands-off approach to Palantir due to market panic, and you're going to be looking to buy a dip down below here at 1862. 1862. If you can break out above this panic right here, I think they sell this too. And I think it's just market conditions more than anything. I don't think it's necessarily because Palantir doesn't suck or whatever. I'm sure you guys are gonna be like, well, AMD's up 1,000% today. They'll be fine. I think they sell any weakness, any strength that gets sold into. So I'm generally speaking bullish on their earnings, but I think it's take profit and leave. Not even profit. Just get me flattened out of it for right now. Yeah, right there. You wake up tomorrow and you're probably not this low. You're probably hold on here. Probably down here, and you'll see more lows later. Just market condition lows, just risk off behavior. I'll give you the low on the wake up tomorrow at $20. Ping pong action. You resolve for the downside, I think, too, until conditions improve in the market. So up, down, down. But it's all. This is all conditioned on market behavior, not necessarily apparent. It's going to go lower. It's going to tick lower there. So I guess if there was a takeaway from this, take money up here, look for a lower buy. I was looking for this buy earlier in the last quarter. I was looking for that buy. Maybe we'll get it this time. I didn't get it last time, by the way, but I don't think market conditions are the same as they were last time. So I think we got a better chance of that this go around. Better. Last time I was wrong. We didn't get the low. But market conditions right now are not positive. There ain't nobody out there that's positive. If you're meeting people that are positive, like, hey, the market's bottomed, they're out of their fucking skulls. Any bull out there telling you that, there's nothing out there saying this is a market bottom. Let's go back to SPY really quick, just for the bell. Squeezing higher now. Trading 517.12 into the close here at 358 right now. Starting to squeeze higher in this close. I'll see you on the flip side tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. If you're in the Discord, you know what my trade is. I posted it for you in the Discord. They're not giving me too much money right now. They've only given me a couple pennies. They were at 24 and 26 cents. They're trading 29 and 30 right now. We need to make some legs higher here for some premium to get built in. I think that's all I've got for you guys. You'll have a market brief this evening, of course, and that preliminary market brief, or not market, that's not really the market brief, but preliminary expectations tomorrow are all dependent upon us getting not breaking that prior low from this morning in cash market. On a positive note, there's no low. There was no new low today in cash market. So that is slightly positive on a short-term basis for SPOOs. Remember, I posted inside Discord earlier about the next 15 sessions. You want to take a look at that for VIX, for where we should trade over the next 15 sessions. We did tag a high of 3% earlier today, but on average, not the bell curve of where we can go in that period. So temporarily bullish next 15 sessions on the market. I believe that's most of the month of oh yeah, whoa baby, woo, squeeze me higher here. Hello ladies. I'll see you guys tomorrow. You can always close those calls out at 4:15 too. They start ramping it up. Next 15 minutes, you want to, in case we roll back down for one more low tomorrow, you're more than welcome to do that too. You can just take the money. You're already in profit at this point, aren't you? You have to manage your own risk out there. I will. Oh yeah, fucking moon it, bitches. Oh, fucking A. Give me that burr. Give me that burr. There we go. See you guys tomorrow. Later. Catch you on the flip.